It is a delicious, bite-sized mix of everything that you've come to love about all 4 hours of our show. And there's a whole lot to love.
Yeah, but half the calories and no carbs. We break it down into, and you probably guessed this now, 30 minutes today and 30. So take it away. What's first?
All right. First up, our NBC News exclusive. Vice President Kamala Harris going one-on-one with Lester Holt on her first trip overseas.
Plus, the Duchess of Sussex has another reason to celebrate. Meghan Markle just released her first children's book, and Natalie sat down with the book's illustrator. You really want to see that exclusive conversation.
And then our friend Sama Dada. She is in our new Today All Day kitchen cooking up some really sweet treats.
That are healthy, too, she says. And we've got some tips on how to give your skin a little TLC in time for summer.
So I got one question, SJ.
What?
You ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
All right, it's time.
Today
in 30. Turning now to the ongoing crisis down at the southern border, the focus of Vice President Kamala Harris's first overseas trip since taking office.
She heads to Mexico today after spending yesterday in Guatemala, where she announced several initiatives and delivered a message to potential migrants there: do not come to the United States. The vice president also sat down exclusively with NBC's Lester Holt, who began by asking her about that warning.
In the news conference here in Guatemala City, you had a message for would-be migrants: don't come. Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in?
I've been working on this issue for a very long time, and the kind of violence and danger that is associated with that trek, especially when we're talking about from Guatemala through Mexico to the United States, it is extremely dangerous. We are looking at a situation where people are fleeing because of hunger, because of the hurricanes, because of the pandemic. So the reason I am here is to address those issues, knowing that the people who are here for generations, they want to stay, they don't want to leave, but they need opportunity, they need assistance, they need support.
Americans don't see a lot of that on a daily basis. What they do see at their own border, children being lowered over fences, children coming in with, phone numbers stenciled on their hand.
Yeah.
And so the question has come up, and you heard it here, and you'll hear it again, I'm sure. It's why not visit the border? Why not see what Americans are seeing in this crisis?
Well, we are going to the border. We have to deal with what's happening at the border. There's no question about that. That's not a debatable point. But we have to understand that there's a reason people are arriving at our border, and ask what is that reason, and then identify the problem so we can fix it.
Let's talk about the corruption issue. You're notably not visiting El Salvador or Honduras, where you have leaders who have had links to corruption. Do you have enough reliable partners in this northern triangle, in this region, to do what needs to be done?
So, we are doing the work in the region as a whole. We've been engaged as an administration, as a country, at a high level with leaders in all three of the countries.
So what specifically are you offering these countries you're visiting? Is there a quid pro quo? If you do this, we'll do this?
No, it's not about quid pro quo. It's simply about understanding, if nothing else, that the return on our investment is the same return on your investment that if you have a neighbor on your block where you grew up who's having a hard time, it's in the best interest not only of your neighbor but yourself to help them out, right? And that's how we think about this work. What is the United States' interest in this? We're prepared to show up and do it in a way that is motivated by the best interest of diplomacy and democracy and goodwill.
So how quickly does this change what we see at the border?
There's not going to be a quick fix. We're not going to see an immediate return, but we're going to see progress. The real work is going to take time to manifest itself. Will it be worth it? Yes. Will it take some time? Yes.
President Biden, as vice president, led a very similar effort. What's significantly different about what you're doing this time?
I'm building off of what the president, then Vice President Joe Biden, did at that time, but also understanding that this moment is different in many ways. Take, for example, the pandemic. One of the first things we as a nation were able to offer Guatemala was support with their vaccines. I've made a commitment, and we announced it last week, of 500,000 vaccines to Guatemalans. Part of what we're doing is I've asked Microsoft to partner with us on what we can do to get people access to banking systems through technology and basically help them with their digital connectiveness. But the bones of the work, really, it's the same. Let's see the people, let's see their needs, and let's focus on it and understand our responsibility.
Why will it be successful this time if it wasn't in the past?
Well, I think there was success about what happened in the past. And again, when you look at what we're doing now, you're seeing progress. And so let's not overlook progress.
Just quickly put a button.
Okay.
Do you have any plans to visit the border?
At some point, we are going to the border. We've been to the border. So this whole thing about the border, we've been to the border. We've been to the border.
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe. And I mean, I don't understand the point that you're making. I'm not discounting the importance of the border.
Well, I mentioned it because I know Republicans have certainly come at you on this, but Democratic Congressman Cuellar has a border district, has said to you and the president, come. You need to see this.
Listen, I care about what's happening at the border. I'm in Guatemala because my focus is dealing with the root causes of migration. There may be some who think that that is not important, but it is my firm belief that if we care about what's happening at the border, we better care about the root causes and address them. And so that's what I'm doing.
Stick around because there's much more coming up on Today in 30.
Our Across America journey here in Louisville, Kentucky. Cleveland, reporting on an America rebuilding after the pandemic.
How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I joined Ellen on her set. What's been a difficult year for her personally and for her show.
Very few people go through such huge public humiliation. How can I be an example of strength and perseverance if I give up and run away?
Congratulations to Lester Holt, the most trusted TV news anchor in America, on receiving the prestigious Edward R. Murrow Lifetime Achievement Award for a career dedicated to excellence in journalism. Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
We are back. Mr. Daly joins the party. A new reason for Prince Harry and Meghan Markle to celebrate as well.
That's right. Just days after the arrival of their baby girl, Meghan is out with her first children's book called The Bench.
NBC's Natalie Morales spoke exclusively with the book's illustrator. Good morning to you, Natalie.
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, Meghan says this book was actually inspired by a poem she wrote for Prince Harry on Father's Day. And she collaborated with Christian Robinson, a 35-year-old award-winning illustrator who has quite an inspiring story of his own. And Christian says it was a very collaborative process, all while Meghan was pregnant with Lilibet. The result, a touching and sweet book that now may need a sequel.
For the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, 2 new chapters on parenting opening this week. Meghan and Harry announcing the birth of their daughter Lilibet Diana Sunday, named after the Queen's family nickname and Harry's mother, Princess Diana. And as the world waits for the first pictures of the new baby girl, new images from Meghan's first children's book celebrating fatherhood.
Pictures matter. Pictures are tools that we use to communicate.
Meet award-winning illustrator Christian Robinson. Last year, he was chosen by Meghan, the Duchess of Sussex, to create the visual behind her first children's book, The Bench.
They say, the Duchess picked you. It's like winning the lottery.
It was more of an email, but still a very exciting email. I connected with the manuscript and I fell in love with the story.
Tell me about your first interactions with the Duchess of Sussex.
Zoom is how we connected, and it was really surreal and exciting, and we were totally vibing on that first Zoom.
The story began as a love poem written by the Duchess to her husband, Prince Harry, for Father's Day, after the birth of their first child, Archie. The bench, a true-to-life one.
The origin is in a specific bench that Meghan watched Harry and Archie bond on, but it was important for us both to make sure that this story connects with as many readers as possible. There's also, I guess, diversity in the types of benches that we see in this book.
The connection was different for Christian, who was raised by his grandmother.
I personally didn't have that father figure growing up, and I'm not yet a father myself. My grandmother was my caregiver.
Did you like reading a lot of children's books growing up?
I didn't find myself connected to books really, especially books that didn't have pictures. But my love for books and picture books came much later.
Those pictures turned into a passion. Drawing became a way of expression, leading to a young career as an illustrator. His mosaic work, steeped in vibrant colors, caught the attention of the Duchess. In collaboration with the Duchess, it was decided watercolor would grace the book.
There's a gentleness to this story, and I think it complements the gentle nature of watercolor. I did some little drawing of a soldier in their uniform, and she was like, but let's make sure that we actually put the patches where they're supposed to be. And so it's about really capturing that stuff authentically.
Harry and Archie appear at the beginning and the end of the book, but in between, diverse images of fathers and sons.
And what I'm really passionate about is telling those stories that are inclusive, that represent as many different types of kids as possible.
He shared some of the story, giving us some insight to his illustrations.
This is your bench where life will begin for you and our son, our baby, our Ken. This is your bench where you'll witness great joy. From here you will rest, see the growth of our boy.
And one of his favorite book moments.
It's this moment where we see a dad and a son, and they're on the bench together, and they're stretching, and they're wearing pink tutus. And I love this idea that a father, of course, is going to be supportive no matter what their child's son's hobbies and interests are.
And did she have input in that image as well?
She immediately connected with it and loved the idea as well and said, go for it.
And Meghan's reaction of the finished book?
I got a message back that she was effusive over a lot of the images and illustrations. I had to Google what effusive meant, but it just means really excited and appreciative.
Great praise.
And that meant everything to me. This whole process was just a ray of light in my life, and I'm just, again, really glad I got to be part of it.
Sama Dada, welcome home.
Hi, Sama. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for having me. I'm literally so excited to be here, and I cannot believe it is the day. I'm here with you guys.
For people at home, they should know. I mean, you used to bake little treats. You had your little test kitchen at home. So now to see you having your first cookbook, it's almost like I feel like a proud mommy. How does it feel?
It is surreal. It is surreal. And like you said, Chanel, you guys were my first taste testers, my original taste testers. So thank you truly for your support and love and for trying my baked goods at 4 in the morning, when I brought them in. The best taste testers ever. But it feels amazing and it feels so cool to have all of my recipes and stories in one place. And I've been working on it for years. So it's really indescribable, honestly.
Yeah. So, Sama, here's the thing. I mean, you've got the book out today. And oh, by the way, you've got this brand new show on Today All Day on the streaming channel. The show's called #Cooking. What can folks expect to see when they tune in? What kind of recipes are you going to be passing along?
There's a lot going on today, Craig. I'm so excited about it. And basically my whole philosophy on food and cooking is just to teach people how to do more with less, less ingredients, less time. All of my recipes are very healthy, but still indulgent, and you won't feel like you're missing out on the comfort or satiety that you have, with anything.
Sure.
And so I want to teach people, how to look at a nearly perished banana on their counter and whip up some muffin tops, or a ripe avocado and not put it on toast and instead make a really creamy pasta sauce. So a lot of deliciousness for sure.
Well, looking forward to it. So, Sama, you're going to start off with what you call your dream dessert. It combines a whole lot of good stuff.
Yes, I'm going to show you guys how to make my salted peanut butter caramel bars.
Yum.
Peanut butter has truly gotten me through a lot in my life. It's been a huge emotional support. So I thought I would give it the credit it deserves in these peanut butter caramel bars. So we're going to start with the first layer, which is my shortbread crust. Super easy to make, really minimal ingredients, kind of like all of my recipes. So I'm starting with some honey in a bowl. I want it to be just lightly sweet. Then I'm going to add some coconut oil right into there and whisk it until it's nice and smooth. It's kind of gonna serve a bit as like a butter replacement, sort of. That's what coconut oil will do in this recipe. It's really nice. And then once I get this nice and smooth, I'm gonna add in my almond flour and my coconut flour. These are two of my favorite things to bake with because almond flour is really dense, coconut flour is really light, so they really work well to kind of give us this like gorgeous cookie-like consistency. This is gluten-free, yes. So that's the thing with all of these recipes, right? You know, they do happen to be gluten-free or dairy-free, but not because I'm trying to make it that way, just by nature of the ingredients that I like to cook and bake with.
And what you proved to me is that you can be extremely healthy and extremely delicious. I think that's where you pulled us all in because it's so good.
Good point.
Yeah.
Totally. You know, I literally cannot live my life without cookies. Like, it's just a fact. But, you know, I also want to be healthy and I'm mindful of what I eat and I want to make sure that I'm paring down ingredient lists to make things super healthy and minimal. But yeah, exactly. You don't want to feel like you're missing out on the comfort. But anyway, so here I am. I'm mixing everything together.
What are you making right there?
This is the crust.
Oh, the crust. Okay.
Yes, this is the shortbread crust. So I'm just mixing this until it's nice and well incorporated. And then I'm going to transfer it into my pan. It's going to look a little something like this. Then I'm just going to press it down, making sure that it's evenly distributed throughout the pan, just like this.
Okay.
And then once I do that, I'm going to bake it off for 10 minutes, just until it's nice and golden brown. It's going to look like this when it's done. But we want it to be completely cool, and then while it is cooling, we can work on our caramel. Most important part.
How do you do that?
So here's the best part about this caramel, Chanel, is that you can make it in a blender. So if anyone was like considering a smoothie today, like maybe just reconsider your life choices and make this recipe instead, you know?
Reconsider your life choices.
Yes, exactly. I'm starting with some peanut butter in my blender. And of course, if you're allergic to peanut butter, if you don't like peanut butter, I won't judge you. That's totally fine. You can use your favorite nut butter here. And I want it to be super accessible and inclusive for everybody. So got my peanut butter here. Now I'm just gonna add some dates. I love dates, not the romantic kind, the medjool kind. These are amazing, super sweet. It's got these nice caramel undertones. I'm just gonna add them all in here. It's gonna be a really great addition for our caramel. I'm gonna add some melted and cooled coconut oil straight into my blender.
You should see how we're staring at your blender, Sama. Like, I don't even know what to say. I know it's gonna be good.
I'm so glad. You just know, Chanel,
Yeah,
you just know. Little coconut sugar for sweetness. That's gonna complement the dates really nicely. Little pinch of salt, and then some almond milk to help everything blend together. Like that. Again, super easy. Like very few ingredients in here to create a really delicious result. So I'm just gonna blend this until it's nice and smooth.
Okay.
Just imagine that's completely blended and it's gonna look a little something like this.
Wow.
Super smooth, very luscious, very velvety.
You just put that across the top?
Yes, so my struggle here is really getting everything to the pan because it tastes so good on its own. But yes, I've got my cooled crust here. And I'm just gonna put my caramel straight onto my crust.
Yum.
Like that. And I'm gonna spread it out until it's nice and evenly distributed throughout the pan.
Okay.
And then what we're gonna do is once I get it there, I'm just gonna let this hang out in the freezer for about 30 minutes. We want it to kind of firm up that caramel and prepare it for our last layer, which is chocolate.
Can't go wrong with the chocolate. Just red chocolate chips?
I literally can't. Yes, so I've got this all spread out. Now I've got my chocolate chips. Really easy way to melt chocolate is just in the microwave in increments. I'm gonna add a little coconut oil. I just put this in the microwave 10 to 15 second increments, stirring throughout just so it's nice and smooth and glossy. And it's gonna look like this.
Yummy.
It's
How do you
really
get them out of the
beautiful.
pan, Dada, without breaking the bars
Yes.
up?
So, Al, here's the best thing. When I prepare my pan, I create these really nice parchment paper flaps.
Oh, there you go.
This is really great because it gives you that easy removal. Because the worst thing about this, if it was stuck in the pan, like, that's so sad. Like, I don't want that for
would be
us.
sad.
So sad.
So, really sad, right? So, you
So-
might be wondering, like, why am I adding chocolate? And I just have to say, why not? And we deserve it.
So
What's the final thing look like?
exactly.
We have to go.
Yeah, show us
Yes.
the
Okay, so
finished
adding
product.
all of the chocolate in, and then we're gonna freeze it for an hour. and it's going to end up looking like this.
There you go.
So
Add a
good.
little flaky salt on top if you want a little extra to
There
bring
you
out
go.
that sweetness.
Sama,
Didn't bake anything. So
thank you.
What's about to happen on our plaza is you're all going to get your very first COVID vaccine. I'm excited. She's excited. 3, 2, 1, champion!
So grateful.
Is that close to crying?
Here we go.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Here in Chicago, about 20,000 middle schoolers returning to school today.
They also took advantage of existing vaccine distribution networks throughout Alaska.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
It does seem as if this White House doesn't want to bring a lot of high-profile attention to the issue. What efforts might depoliticize vaccine hesitancy? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, everybody. We are in our dress, well, just my dressing room.
Your dressing room.
I kicked you out. But today, coming up on Today in 30, we've got a really cool segment that I think you're going to love.
I love that, especially because it's so hot outside. We're talking about skincare. All of our skin can use a little extra boost when it's all hot and muggy outside. So I can't wait for these tips.
Yeah, I know. We all have our favorite products, but did you know there's actually stuff in your pantry that you could use right now? And there's even an A-list celebrity who is taking this to a whole new level. You're going to love this.
It's going to be good. We'll see you soon.
It is Tune-Up Tuesday, and the heat is already brutal. So this morning, we have some ways to give your skin a little extra TLC during the summer.
And you can do it with items you probably already have in the pantry. So here to help is mom of two, wife to Hollywood icon Bruce Willis, and founder of the skincare line Coco Baba, Emma Hemming Willis, is with us. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Emma.
Good morning. It's lovely to see you guys again.
It's lovely to see you too, and I love all these recipes. So let's dive right in first with, summertime, the sun, it dries out our skin, and you actually say that the solution is a frozen toner.
Yes, so I put a little spin on this. So facial toners are great for hydration and exfoliation, and I really love freezing them. So that's what I've done here. What it's going to do, it's going to depuff and it's going to just re-energize the skin. What I've added is apple cider vinegar, water. I've added rose water and also essential oil, and it's completely, those two ingredients are completely optional. And as you can see, I'm sort of mixing it all up. I'm going to add it into my ice cube tray and we're going to freeze them, and we're going to put them all over your skin. Like I said, it's going to hydrate.
So you just rub them on?
Going to help. I just rub them on just like that.
Oh, I bet you that feels good.
Cool.
Yeah.
So then what if you don't have those ingredients? I saw here, do I see cucumber here?
Oh, yeah, cucumber. So
Same way?
Well, yeah, so this is something that we can do with our cucumber ends. I know that we're always throwing them away. So what I do now is I take my cucumber ends and I throw them into the freezer. As you can see, my lovely model, he looks so youthful. Al, he basically does this for you because he knows how much you love this.
I'll get such a kick out of it.
Yes, this is the best.
And is it soothing? What does it do?
So it's super soothing. Cucumbers loaded with vitamin C. I'm sorry, I'm laughing because this is just too funny. It's loaded with vitamin C. It's got a ton of antioxidants, and it's just really refreshing and just obviously makes you look very youthful.
I just love how he was enjoying it.
Yes,
He's
he's smiling the whole
such
time.
enjoyment out of
There you
it. I
go.
love that. If you've been outside a little bit too much, and you've got a little sunburn, what can you do?
Okay, so this is something that I love doing for my kids and I if we've gotten a little bit too much sun. So this is a green tea cucumber spray. So what you'll need is a 4th cup of green tea. You're going to puree your cucumber. You're going to add aloe vera, which is super soothing for the skin. You're going to add some peppermint essential oil, which is going to give you that sort of natural cooling effect on the skin. And then my super tip for this is to put it in the refrigerator because it's just going to feel so great and refreshing on a hot summer day
does
when
seem
you spray
great.
this on your skin. Yes, and very simple to make.
You put it right in a spray bottle. Awesome. Okay, so
right.
when you're past the sunburn, your skin, again, just all dried out and flaky. I feel like the same things we feel in the wintertime too, but just that flaky skin, what's a remedy?
Okay, so my all-time favorite beauty ingredient is coconut oil. I absolutely love it. So all you're going to need is a cup of coconut oil. You're going to put it into, you can see that I'm about to whisk this. So I'm going to whisk this up for about 5 to 8 minutes until it gets really creamy. And then you're just going to transfer it into a mason jar or a reusable jar like I'm doing there. And you'll apply it to your skin, and it's really just going to help that flaky, dry skin. Coconut oil is loaded with saturated fats, and it's super hydrating for the skin.
It doesn't make you break out?
It does not make you break out. So, I think that's a big misconception about oils on your skin. I mean, your skin produces a lot of oil anyway. And this is really only going to help and benefit your skin.
I love it. Okay, we have time for one more. This one is good, maybe if kids are in the pool or adults too. In the pool all day, you have a 1-ingredient mask to help with chlorine hair.
I do. I feel like this is definitely going to divide people. It's 1 ingredient, and I know we all have this in our pantry, and it's ketchup.
No way.
So,
Wow.
Yes?
Yes.
It's like on Seinfeld shampoo.
That's amazing.
Wait, you have to tell me more because this is it looks like a prank.
Yes, it does. It's not. My daughter here is such a trooper. So basically the tomato and the vinegar is very acidic. So what it's going to do is just sort of help with that chlorine buildup in your hair. You're going to just put it on thick. Don't be afraid. Put it on a top knot on top of your head. You're going to use a plastic shower cap, and you can keep that on for like 30 to 90 minutes. And then you'll wash it out as normal, shampoo, conditioner, and you're just going to see that your hair just feels so much lighter from just ridding that chlorine.
Wow. Interesting. Here's the thing. Your hair is beautiful, your skin is beautiful, so you clearly know of what you speak. So we'll have to try your tips because it's clearly working.
Please do.
Tonight, the CDC's new outdoor mask guidelines. What changed that allowed this new recommendation to be made? If we do nothing, what happens to a city like Houston?
You're going to repeat this movie over and over again.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready? Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
A huge lift is underway for one of the most celebrated cities in this country, Cleveland, Ohio.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
We're having a baby. Wow. The big reveal is under the lid.
Hey now. Things are looking brighter, so we want to help you find the fun in 21.
Music is back. Y'all were exactly what we needed.
Congratulations to Lester Holt, the most trusted TV news anchor in America, on receiving the prestigious Edward R. Murrow Lifetime Achievement Award. for a career dedicated to excellence in journalism.
We've got another big show for you tomorrow and today. The one and only Robert De Niro.
Wow. And Emma Corrin from The Crown is stopping by to chat with us.
We hope you enjoyed Today in 30. Have a fantastic day. We'll see you back here tomorrow, right here on Today.
Everybody, thanks for joining us here at Today All Day. I've met some really great folks and had the chance to explore some amazing places. And I wanted to share some of these special moments with you again. I hope you enjoy these next interviews as much as I have.
Our series, Reopening America. This week it is all about Cleveland. Al is back at his own stomping grounds where they're always ready to rock. Al?
Oh, that's for sure. This is where rock was invented, guys. And more than 25 years, this city has been home to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And now that famed hall is playing tribute to what's arguably music's biggest and exclusive gig, the Super Bowl halftime show. I got a behind-the-scenes look and got to channel my inner rock star. Here on the banks of Lake Erie, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is a place to celebrate music icons who've given us the soundtrack of our lives, while you could maybe get into the act yourself.
We're here till Thursday. Try the veal.
Now, amid the legends of rock music and their priceless artifacts, a brand new exhibit on the biggest gig of all, the history of the Super Bowl halftime show.
What does it say for a performer's career that they're picked to do the Super Bowl halftime?
When you think about the performers, so many of them are at the very top of their game. Bruce Springsteen, the Rolling Stones, Prince, Michael Jackson.
What began by featuring college marching bands and groups like Up With People is now a full-scale cultural force. Here, you can see a spotlight on the gear, the clothes, to the detailed planning that goes into a performance that's viewed by an audience of more than 100 million people.
For those 12 minutes, we're united in watching. That's the same thing that people are watching from New York City to Los Angeles to Miami to Seattle. And for that moment, we're all together. And that's the power of rock and roll. It's also the power of sport at its very best.
The show's becoming timeless moments unto themselves. This jacket, lined with the stars and stripes worn by Bono at the first post-9/11 Super Bowl, with the names of those lost projected around the Superdome, while U2 played Where the Streets Have No Name.
For my money, my favorite halftime show had to be Prince playing Purple Rain in the Rain. And we forecasted it.
They've got Katy Perry's beach ball-inspired outfit from the 2015 Super Bowl. But more importantly, Left Shark, whose commitment to the choreography is the stuff of internet legend. Go behind the scenes and see how Beyoncé's Super Bowl 50 came together.
How about this Versace outfit that Lady Gaga used to fly into Super Bowl 51's halftime show? And talk about planning ahead. She said she's always wanted to do this since she was 4 years old.
And as if all that isn't enough, there's a piece of the set, an infinity room from this year's performance by The Weeknd, where you can really lose yourself.
I want to see more of that. I want to go.
All week long, we've been showcasing Cleveland for our series, Reopening America Today. Now, we all know about the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, but Cleveland's also home to some science rock stars who are busy planning America's future missions to the moon and beyond. When you think NASA, you probably think Houston.
Houston, we have a problem.
Or the Kennedy Space Center. But you should really be thinking about Cleveland, home of the John Glenn Research Center, named for the first American to orbit the Earth.
Godspeed, John Glenn.
Where the future of space exploration is taking shape now.
We're the best kept secret in many ways.
It's here that an astronomical amount of research and development is being done for NASA's Artemis program, planning to return America to the moon, including the first woman and the first person of color to set foot there.
That by itself is an inspiration to the new generation.
They're working on just about every aspect of these missions, from propulsion and design to the rovers. NASA Glenn is led by Dr. Marla Perez Davis, a career NASA employee and the first Puerto Rican-born woman to lead a NASA center.
I still remember this vivid picture of me with my sister and my mom watching TV and see the lunar landing. That stuck to my mind.
Even at 13, you knew you wanted to be a chemical engineer. What got you moving in that direction?
So really it was two things. I love math and chemistry. I just took an encyclopedia and looked for what is the definition of an engineer, right? So I said, math, chemistry, chemical engineer. I want to be one of those.
Aerospace engineer Aaron Rezich took me to the Simulated Lunar Operations Lab, or the SLOPE Lab, where conditions on the moon are recreated to test rovers. So this is more lunar sand?
Yes.
And this is Martian sand?
Give it your best shot. Kind of stab that sand and tell me what it feels like.
Well, it feels like I'm, pushing into sand at the beach.
Exactly. Give this one the same shot.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Wow, it goes all the way in.
Exactly.
I mean, this almost feels like liquid.
Exactly. It's very challenging to drive through. You don't get a good grip in it. Vehicles can get stuck.
In a way, I got to set foot on Mars. One small step for man. Oh, wow,
The more you move, the worse it gets. You get a little bit of a quicksand effect. So if he goes too much further, we might lose Al in the sand.
That'd be a good day for Dylan Dreyer. One thing about planetary exploration, if you get a flat, you can't call a tow truck. Here, they've developed a technology called shape memory alloy that allows the rover's tires to repair themselves.
Because it can envelop these rocks and it can take all sorts of abuse, you don't get the same damage that you would get in other situations. It's pretty stiff, right?
What is this?
So this is the same material we've got here in the spring mesh. So give it a shot, bend it all the way down, and now hold on tight, and let it come back all by itself. Just like that, it's like it never happened.
That's crazy.
2 fingers there in the middle, bend it.
Oh, it's getting warm.
It's getting warm, right? And then when you snap it back.
It's cold.
It's cold.
It's like that, how do it know?
Because it does. You're rearranging the structure of the atoms, and it just kind of finds a new normal.
They're also at work on life-sustaining robots.
So this robot is called APEX, or the Advanced Planetary Excavation Robot.
If this were on a planet, say the moon, what would the job for this be?
It's going to scoop regolith, or soil. But inside that, you have all different kinds of minerals. You have water ice, other gases that are in ice form, making rocket propellant out of water, processing liquid water from that ice for our astronauts.
You could take whatever's in there and use it for people to exist on the moon.
Yeah.
They have state-of-the-art facilities, including a chamber that replicates the harsh environment of deep space. Here, they test groundbreaking engines that convert solar energy into thrust. And one of the stops along the way will be the Lunar Gateway, an orbiting outpost providing support for missions to the moon and eventually Mars. The goal is to get to the moon and stay and be there to have a base by 2024. That's not that far away.
That's correct.
We're going to make that time frame?
We are on our way.
It was so cool to be there. I mean, this thing is about 300 acres.
Yeah.
The Glenn Research Center, the place we visited, was actually the birthplace of the jet engine. And now they're working on electric airplane engines. Also on the grounds of NASA Glenn, they've got this 510-foot deep chamber. It's 20 feet wide, goes straight into the ground so that anything that's dropped can achieve microgravity.
Microgravity?
So it's almost weightless for 5 seconds. It's really...
I had no idea that was in Cleveland.
I think a lot of Clevelanders don't know it. It's just right. It's right next to Cleveland Hopkins Airport.
So what did it feel like to walk on the moon? That's what I want to know.
Well, it's different from the moon, but Mars is really weird.
Or Mars,
it's like quicksand.
So is the goal to put a base on the moon so that then it's easier to
use
shoot off from
that's
the moon?
a way station to go on to Mars.
Right, if you're a little closer.
Yeah.
It does seem as if this White House doesn't want to bring a lot of high-profile attention to the issue. What efforts might depoliticize vaccine hesitancy? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world. Love it!
It does seem as if this White House doesn't want to bring a lot of high-profile attention to the issue. What efforts might depoliticize vaccine hesitancy? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. We're going to do our part and get vaccinated live.
A very special naturalization ceremony.
This is a really inspiring group.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world. Love it!
We're celebrating Mother's Day by sharing some of our favorite childhood recipes with all of you. I've shared a lot of my mom's recipes over the year, but this time I decided to kick up something special that was inspired by one of her classics. My favorite things my mom used to make me, she made a great grilled cheese sandwich, open-faced with tomatoes. And she also made this great pineapple upside-down cake. Her mac and cheese was to die for. Everything smelled great. When you opened the door from school and walked in the house and those aromas would just hit you, your mouth would start watering before you really got into the living room. The one thing that I really loved was her oxtail stew with dumplings. When I make this recipe for my family, I do it A, because I think it tastes great, but B, it keeps my mom's memory alive. It's really a cold weather recipe. And so I decided to turn the recipe into oxtail tacos. I've got my trusty cameraman, Nick. How are you doing, Nick?
Good.
Instead of putting it into a braise, which takes 4 or 5 hours, I decided to do it in one of those Instapot. I'm taking oxtails, which my mom used to love cooking because we were a family of 8, and it was economical. So this is about 2 pounds of oxtails, and I'm just put salt, pepper, little garlic, and olive oil in there, and sear them on both sides for about 5 minutes or so. Everything is now seared off. I'm going to take a couple of cups of beef broth, put that in. So this is going to pressure cook for 50 minutes. When it's done, are you looking forward to this?
Yes.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
You don't seem very sure.
I'm happy. I'm sure.
It's for Mother's Day.
I know. I'm happy.
Yeah, are you sure?
Yes.
Okay, but you're still going to get Mom a present.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Check back with us in 50 minutes. Well, bud, it's all done.
Yes.
So take this off. What I'm going to do is now just start shredding these a bit. So the meat comes off. Well, here we have it. We've got oxtails, some tomatoes, some cheese, some great flour tortillas that Carson Daly had told me about. It's a Mother's Day feast. I just need a mom. Oh, well, Deborah Roberts, would you like to try the oxtail tortilla?
Of course not.
Could I prep one here for you?
It looks great.
Would you like a little sour cream?
Sure, why not?
And
good.
a little cheese?
Maybe just a tiny bit. Perfect.
A couple of tomatoes?
Sure. Excellent. Let's take a look, or take a taste.
Mom approved.
Very good.
Happy Mother's Day. Let me get my cameraman in here. Mwah.
Thank you.
Happy Mother's Day, everybody.
That is so
Could
great.
you guys be any cuter?
I know, I'm about to cry. Why am I getting so emotional these
Well,
days?
and a shout out to Courtney Roker, my oldest girl, who actually helped me with that recipe.
Well, she is a chef.
Yeah, she is. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Mother's Day came early for
That was
Deborah.
great.
There you
I've
go.
never tried oxtails before.
They're so good.
everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like, really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine. The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our Across America journey here in Louisville, Kentucky. Cleveland. Reporting on an America rebuilding after the pandemic. How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
I joined Ellen on her set. What's been a difficult year for her personally and for her show.
Very few people go through such huge public humiliation. How can I be an example of strength and perseverance if I give up and run away?
Right now on NBC News Now.
Here in Chicago, about 20,000 middle schoolers returning to school today.
They also took advantage of existing vaccine distribution networks throughout Alaska.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
We are back with more of our Today Goes Green series. Gardening is a springtime pastime. A lot of people enjoy it. Mr. Roker, you had a chance to take part.
I sure did. I mean, and one of the things you got to make sure you do is you got to get in there. You got to get dirty. But the good news is you don't need a lot of space, experience, or even a green thumb. I got to start my backyard garden with the help of one of the best, Chef Samin Nosrat, who shared her tips for making your plants thrive. Chef Samin Nosrat is known for traveling the world to study the elements of good cooking.
This one is really salty.
But she finds her favorite ingredients right in her own backyard. For Samin, gardening and food are intertwined. A philosophy she shared with kids on Netflix, Waffles and Mochi.
Do you want to see the other tomatoes I picked? There's just so much satisfaction in growing something yourself. This day and age, there are so few opportunities for us to do things where we get to do them from start to finish.
If there were any silver linings to the pandemic, I think one of them was a lot of us, me included, got into gardening.
I think we all got a little bit more motivated and educated about where our food comes from. For me, it's really calming. I spend a lot of my day on the computer and on the phone. I just come outside. It really gets me grounded. It feels good to get the dirt under my nails.
What are some of the benefits that you love about gardening?
It's just economical. If you have an herb garden, you can just go and pick a sprig or two. You're eating the most locally that you possibly can, literally like inches away from your plate.
A lot of folks are intimidated. Can you get by without a green thumb?
Oh, I mean, I had the blackest thumb when I first started. One of the best pieces of advice that I ever received is that you are going to kill a lot of stuff along the way. The gardening is the learning. You learn, which plants need more sun, which plants need less water. Stuff dies. It just happens. Give yourself a break.
It's the circle of life.
Totally.
With Samin's guidance, I'm ready to plant my own backyard garden. Begin by prepping the seeds the day before, pouring each packet into a cup and adding room temperature water.
I always soak my seeds overnight, and it's really increased the amount of germination that I get. I love these little silicone trays. You can fill them with potting soil. You always want to look on the back of the seed packet, and that'll tell you how deeply to sow your seeds. A good rule of thumb is to go twice as deep as the size of the seed. I like to put 2 seeds per hole, just so I have a little insurance.
I'm doing some beets.
I have cucumbers.
Plastic bins holding the seeds until they sprout.
Most of us think, oh, let's water from the top, but you like to water from the bottom.
You just put a whole bunch of water in your tray. The seedling trays are going to absorb that from the bottom. And what that does is it won't disturb the seedlings.
After a few weeks, our little seedlings have started to grow up. How do you know when it's time to be able to plant them?
When it's about 4 inches tall or has at least 4 sort of vibrant, strong leaves, that's kind of a good rule of thumb.
Rather than beginning from seeds, you can also buy starter plants at your local nursery. I've got some rosemary, I got lettuce, I got different kinds of tomatoes, some basil, and some thyme. How do you take it out?
So the most sort of precious part of the plant really is the roots. So you really want to be as delicate as you possibly can. You could also use a butter knife along the sides. Sometimes you do need to loosen the roots. When it's planted, the top of your root ball is even with the top of the soil. Being able to walk, just a few steps and pick something out of the yard and put it directly into a plate of food that you're cooking. It feels super gratifying. It's so rewarding.
And there is something very elemental about putting your hands into dirt and then when you step back and realize in a month or two, you're going to be enjoying literally the fruits of your labor.
And vegetables.
Exactly. I planted some strawberries. So
you did?
You've got some fruit as well. In fact, this is the garden today. This was last night. It's really, everything's kind of really, in about a week, week and a half really, things have really taken off. We had some rain, everything works out good. And we want you to pay attention to your local climate, which plants can succeed. You can also check with your local cooperatives. A lot of your counties can tell you what time you can plant what. Like we just had a big frost over the last couple of days, so you want to be careful. And you don't need a lot of space. You can start those containers inside. You just put them into a sunny spot. Samin's also got some bonus tips for us. You can find those on our Today Instagram.
We all just learned a lot.
Yeah,
that was
she's
Did you do all seeds or did you do any starters?
I did some seeds, but most of those I did with plants. I just want to get things started.
Going.
There's no, like she said, there's no shame in your game if you start off with
Have you put anything in a salad or a dish yet?
Not yet.
Okay,
not yet. But I could. Some of the lettuces grow very fast.
They do?
So,
did you do herbs too, like thyme and?
Yeah.
What kind of herbs are you doing?
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground. Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground. Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
I joined Ellen on her set. What's been a difficult year for her personally and for her show.
Very few people go through such huge public humiliation. How can I be an example of strength and perseverance if I give up and run away?
Back inside now, and we are counting down to Earth Day with our series Today Goes Green. And this morning, we have a look at the auto fleet of the future.
That's right. Experts are predicting that by 2030, more than 25 million electric vehicles will be sold each year. And the road to getting there starts now. I got an inside look at one automaker's bold goal to electrify the future. Pretty soon, this may become this. And here at GM's Orion plant, an hour outside Detroit, something electric is beginning to take shape. I met GM President Mark Royce for a little car-to-car conversation. Well, Mark, the good news is we were able to find parking. What is GM's goal when it comes to electric vehicles?
To be carbon neutral by 2040, to eliminate tailpipe emissions by 2035. And in order to do it, we really are introducing 30 EVs by 2025.
They'll spend $27 billion introducing those 30 new models. And yes, GM will say goodbye to those greenhouse gas spewing combustion engines by 2035. Producing the Chevy Bolt and Bolt SUV here, the automaker has plans to introduce an all-electric Silverado pickup and the once gas-guzzling Hummer SUV, which will soon go 250 to 300 miles on a single charge. Global Manufacturing Vice President Gerald Johnson saying new battery technology is the tipping point, allowing for more affordable electric vehicles.
When people are thinking about EVs as opposed to combustion engines, what adjustments do they realistically need to make?
The quietness.
Uh-huh.
You know, you're used to hearing your engine start.
Right.
You don't. You're used to hearing your engine wind up and wind down, you know, as you drive. You don't. You pull in your garage and you plug up.
Right.
And the morning you get out in your car, you unplug, and you don't have to stop at gas stations.
Analysts say fewer than 2% of U.S. cars sold last year were electric.
America loves their cars. We know that. What is it going to take for them to love electric vehicles?
Experience. Right now, there's only so many people that have experienced electric vehicles. Now that the technology has progressed to the point where we don't have things like range anxiety because we have 250 miles and 300-mile vehicles now, people will consider it more and more.
For many, that anxiety is, where am I going to fill up? Now, instead of pulling into a gas station, you'd pull into a charging station. But the question is, how convenient are they? Right now, estimated about 100,000 plus. They're going to have to be a lot more for folks to feel comfortable driving an EV. Part of the president's infrastructure bill may alleviate the fear of a low battery warning with funding for 500,000 charging stations nationwide. GM's not alone. When people think electric vehicle, they think Tesla. How do you get people to now start thinking, when they think electric vehicle, not only think them, but to think GM?
The cars we're sitting in is a really good way to do that. And these cars are right around the price point of the average car on the road today.
Competitor Ford selling the Ford Mustang Mach-E and plans to introduce a plug-in version of its popular F-150 pickup next year. So you may ask, what's the rush? Well, the largest source of global warming greenhouse gases, they're caused by the more than 250 million cars out there. Well, for GM, it's the future of not just the business, but the planet as well. You're at a point where you're producing something that will hopefully make a difference in the environment. How important is that?
It's hugely important. Any of the things that we do to reduce that effect on Mother Earth, you know, it's extremely important.
And it's not just the cars, it's the factories as well. Part of GM's plan to go carbon neutral is Factory Zero, a 4.5 million square foot traditional plant transformation.
We took everything out. We tore it down to the studs. And it allowed us, from a manufacturing standpoint, to add new technology in how we process, add new technology on how we build these vehicles. Factory Zero is one more opportunity for us to get there faster.
For GM, getting there faster now means charging full speed ahead. And in fact, just last week, GM announcing it would spend more than $2 billion to build a second battery factory in the U.S. GM is joining the major U.S. airlines and other large corporations pledging to go carbon zero in the next coming decades. So, you know, yesterday we talked with Michael Regan, the EPA administrator, and the new one, and he said that they are in talks right now with all U.S. manufacturers, auto manufacturers, to make this push by 2030, 2035.
And you have an electric vehicle.
I have an electric, you know, and again, you know, there are the range anxiety is one of those things, you know, if you're driving around town, things like that. But if you're making a long range trip, you know, you've got to worry about them. That's part of that infrastructure bill that's going to get out those 500,000 chargers.
That's going to be a game changer.
I think initially it's the fear of trying something totally new, something that goes against everything you're used to when you go to a gas tank and fill up with gas.
Yeah.
I mean, I think as things change, you just get used to.
I think what most people will, especially if you're a car nut, the idea that across different manufacturers, you step on the pedal, boom. It is like you are in a rocket sled.
In the electric car?
In the electric car.
Now you're speaking my language.
Yeah.
Now they need to make a sound that goes with it, just like an artificial sound.
That's right. Maybe we should all go driving again.
No.
Oh, there you go. No, sign me up. I'm ready
No.
for another adventure.
Hi, Today All Day. We've got a great show for you on this Tuesday morning, including an all-day exclusive chat with a special guest you can only see here. But let's kick it off with Pop Start. Carson has an exclusive first look at a new docuseries with Simone Biles. Take a look.
Hey, if you're heading out the door, don't forget, check us out on Today Show Radio, Sirius XM Channel 108. Today, the best of
I'm
Off the
so
Rails.
excited. Oh, I thought we were talking about Pop Star.
Well, you're on Off the Rails.
I am on Off the Rails.
You should be excited about that.
But now, the best time of the day.
Yes, every morning I'm in my dressing room.
Layers.
And I look
Lots
forward
to
to
get
this.
to. Here
Go
we
ahead.
go. It's no off the rails, but thanks. First up, Simone Biles, the greatest of all time, who just won her 7th U.S. Gymnastics All-Around Championship, is the subject of a new Facebook Watch docuseries called Simone versus Herself, and we've got an exclusive sneak peek at that trailer. The 7-episode show is going to follow Simone as she prepares for this summer's Tokyo Olympics and also looks back at the challenges that come with the pressure of enormous expectation. Here is that first look at Simone versus herself.
I am a nobody. At 6 years old, I didn't know what they saw in me. I just felt like a normal kid. I didn't see anything special.
One of the mothers, she said, Simone is really good. I'm like, well, maybe she is.
Once I step onto the competition floor, I am competing against myself. Outside of the sport, you try to be like human. I never imagined the Olympics would be postponed. Having to come back, am I going to be just as good? Can I do it again?
I burned out.
The answer is probably yes.
Yeah, spoiler alert. Yeah.
So good.
Simone versus Herself starts streaming on Facebook Watch on June 15th, and you can catch the full trailer, of course, at today.com. Next up, we've got Annie Live. The upcoming televised musical has officially cast its Miss Hannigan. Raji P. Henson's going to play the Wicked Keeper of the Orphanage. For NBC's live holiday special later this year, the award-winning actress takes on the iconic role following the footsteps of former Miss Hannigans. Of course, Carol Burnett, who brought the Queen of Me to life back in '82. More recently, Cameron Diaz in the 2014 remake. As for who's going to play Little Orphan Annie, they have yet to be discovered. NBC's announced a nationwide casting call for the title role, and auditions are going to be happening virtually. Annie hopefuls from all over the country are welcome to apply. For more information, you can go to today.com for that, and you can see, of course, who lands that coveted role as Annie when Annie Live airs December 2nd here on NBC.
That is going to be huge.
Yes.
I wonder who'll be
Great opportunity for an unknown any kid out there.
Oh, that would be awesome.
Clara should apply.
We might. Wear a little wig and call it a day.
Speaking of Broadway shows, next up we've got In the Heights. Ahead of the film's release this Thursday, Warner Brothers debuted the first 8 minutes of the film online yesterday. The new extended clip shows a little slice of what life is like in Washington Heights for the leading character and bodega shop owner, Usnavi de la Vega. Here's a peek.
Today's all we got, so we cannot stop. This is our block.
Can't wait.
Anthony Ramos, Melissa Barrera, Corey Hawkins, great cast. You can just tell it's going to be great when you look at a scene like this. The epic scope and nature where they shot this. It's awesome. The movie comes from the Tony-winning Broadway musical with lyrics by Lin-Manuel Miranda, who also makes a cameo in it. In the Heights hits theaters and streams on HBO Max starting on June 10th. All right, and finally, the Munsters, everybody's favorite family of friendly monsters. That's right, they're coming back. This time they're headed to the big screen. And Rob Zombie's set to direct the new movie based on the hit sitcom from the 60s. Though the show only ran for a couple of years on television, Herman, Lily, Eddie, Marilyn, and Grandpa Munster cemented themselves in pop culture history. as kind Transylvanian transplants trying to make it in American suburbs. And despite being known for his heavy metal music, this isn't Rob Zombie's first time directing. He's directed quite a few things. The musicians worked on a few films just in recent years, including Halloween Reboot.
Looking forward to that, too.
Pop star.
We did
Good pop star.
one year for Halloween.
For Halloween.
I'm actually surprised it took him this long to remake the monsters.
I think Rob said in his tweet, he said, we've been trying to do this for 20 years.
Oh, really?
Wow.
Well, now is the time.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
Ready actors.
An indie horror film, a talented young actress, and a deadly shot. Dateline's newest podcast, Killer Roll.
Action!
Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like, really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Today on the third hour, Chanel sits down with the Missouri couple, Brittany and Heather Dyer, and shares their incredible story of suffering, perseverance, and healing. Take a look.
All this month, we are celebrating Pride, and this morning we wanted to highlight a Missouri couple who leaned on each other and their grit to get through some really difficult times.
Together, Brittany and Heather Dyer overcame illness, injury, and uncertainty to build something truly special.
I'm so blessed to have a wife that's so supportive. I could not do this without her. I think we do a pretty good job of balancing each other out.
Brittany and Heather Dyer of Missouri took a leap in 2015 when they launched their small online business specializing in handcrafted goods. Today, Beautiful Fight Woodworking creates entertainment centers and coffee tables, dining sets, games, and cabinetry.
We had about $80 to our name and we had bills to pay. We saw how well things were selling on Facebook Marketplace, and that was encouraging to us.
So they invested in a discount saw, a couple of boards, and created pallet signs to sell on the site.
I think we sold it in 12 hours. And that really just lit a fire that continued to snowball into our business today.
But they also attribute the debut of their custom woodwork to the fight of Brittany's life. 10 years ago, as a college senior, she began to experience paralysis from the waist down.
I was not able to walk at all. I was having a ton of issues. Just being able to move and leg spasms. And then we found out that I had a spinal tumor wrapped around my spinal cord.
After emergency surgery, she walked again. But in January of 2012, Brittany learned that she had a rare vascular cancer.
It was a really trying time just because the doctors couldn't even tell me what to expect. Every day was difficult.
Following another surgery, radiation, and physical therapy, Brittany was on the road to being cancer-free. She met Heather the next year and thought life had turned in her favor. But then a car accident in 2015 brought on more pain and further limited her ability to walk.
It was very hard to watch her go through the process. You have to hold that person and just let them have hope that things are going to get better. I lost a lot of progress during that time. I was in such a deep, dark place.
That's when Brittany, who couldn't keep the job she had working with autistic individuals, turned a hobby she first learned as a child into her therapy and her livelihood.
I was lucky enough to have a father that was incredibly patient.
and let me help, quote unquote, with a lot of projects that he did. So I was able to learn really basic tool knowledge and safety.
She focused on those pallet signs and taught Heather, then a personal assistant at another local business.
I would come home from work and finish projects. So it was just, let me step up and be right by your side, and we're gonna do this together. I had to find my confidence from Brittany. She would say, you got this. I mean, let me show you really quick, and then you do the next one.
Naming their company was simple.
Beautiful Fight was really kind of my go-to, saying as I was battling cancer, is finding the beauty in that struggle.
It's a sentiment they're happy to share while offering others the opportunity to learn.
We launched our Create and Take classes as kind of an idea to get more women using power tools. Do it yourself,
And 3 months into the pandemic, another risk. They opened a store.
Honestly, there were so many times where we thought that we weren't going to make it through the pandemic.
But it was just kind of like, well, it's now or never. So we hold hands and we just jump.
The beautiful fight for this couple, who celebrated their 3rd wedding anniversary in April, continues to pay off with sales in 48 states and revenue at an all-time high.
We never thought we would be woodworkers. That grit to keep grinding and to keep pushing forward. I think that's the biggest thing to take away from us.
Well, that's great. As you can see, the products are fantastic.
Yeah, that's grit.
Yes.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, we have a special co-host today. Can you guess who? Plus, it's Tuesday.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready? Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
A huge lift is underway for one of the most celebrated cities in this country, Cleveland, Ohio.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
We're having a baby.
Wow.
The big reveal is under the lid.
Hey now.
Things are looking brighter, so we want to help you find the fun in 21.
Music is back. Y'all were exactly what we needed.
Congratulations to Lester Holt, the most trusted TV news anchor in America, on receiving the prestigious Edward R. Murrow Lifetime Achievement Award for a career dedicated to excellence in journalism.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready? Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
A huge lift is underway for one of the most celebrated cities in this country, Cleveland, Ohio.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
We're having a baby.
Wow.
The big reveal is under the lid.
Hey now.
Things are looking brighter, so we want to help you find the fun in 21.
Music is back. Y'all were exactly what we needed.
Congratulations to Lester Holt, the most trusted TV news anchor in America, on receiving the prestigious Edward R. Murrow Lifetime Achievement Award for a career dedicated to excellence in journalism.
Welcome back. Today on the 4th hour, Shailene Woodley revealed new details on her relationship with Aaron Rodgers. Plus, one of our favorite segments, Unscripted. Hey guys, it's Tuesday, June 8th, and buckle up because it's going to be a wild ride today. We are listening to All to Myself by Dan and Shay, and looky who I have all to myself today, the one and the only Justin Sylvester. I'm so happy you're here.
You're getting the full Lady Sitter experience today.
The whole Lady Sitter experience, just me and you. I'm so excited you're here.
I am so excited to be here, and I had no idea you guys had such young, handsome fans. Can we give a shout out to crew down in Orlando? First of all, I love that he is on his tricycle in the house. His mother does SoulCycle, and he literally copies her. I have a feeling.
By the way, Justin walked in here, and I was so excited because we haven't had any guests in the studio. We haven't had. You're the
Am I your first?
You're the first real in-person guest co-host in more than a year.
Can you guys make some noise for that? I'm the first guest in the house. The crew said, you know what, we've been here for 25 years.
Jerry's doing a crosswords puzzle. He's happy you're here. I got my dressing room all clean. I lit a candle. I put on my finest dress just for you. I'm so happy you're here.
Oh my God, I'm so happy that you are excited.
All right, well, keep those videos coming. We love them. Send them to hodaandjenna.com, and we've got an awesome show today. Susie Orman has a gift for everybody at home. She's going to tell you all about that. And if you're wondering, can I afford it? Can I afford the next big investment? Susie's also going to reach out to some viewers and give some advice.
I feel like this is a setup because I've been spending frivolously during the pandemic.
Well, Susie actually has something to tell you too.
Ooh.
We'll talk with Susie.
Oh my God. And then if you have a wedding coming up, we've got a couple of moms who want their new looks for their kids' big days, and we're gonna style them something good.
Yes, we love this segment. Plus, a visit from Oscar winner Anna Paquin. We can't wait, okay?
Sookie.
Yeah, from True Blood. We love her. Justin, you're here. You came from LA. Tell me, how was your trip? Tell me everything.
Can I tell you how this feels? And maybe you'll get it. I feel like I won Miss USA and I became Mrs. Brad Pitt all in the same day. Like, I always imagine what it would be like in the audience, like the excitement and all of it. But to be sitting here, I'm from a town with 8,000 people. This doesn't happen to us. My mom doesn't really think I'm on TV today. It's like a weird thing.
Is your mom watching?
My mom is probably watching every channel. Like, she is like watching like the election coverage, trying to figure out what channel I'm actually on.
Oh, we're so happy you're here. And I know it was so funny when you walked in, you were like, I would have walked from LA. I would have taken a tricycle just like the little boy in the open.
I would have taken a camel across America to get here on time and to be here with you.
Oh, we're so happy you're here. Thank you for coming. How's New York treating you?
I love it. By the way, whoever said New York died
is wrong.
Has never come here.
Right?
It's still bustling. People still don't tell you hi on the subway when you say hello. It is amazing. The rats are still coming after you.
The rats are out in full force.
It is insane. The city has so much energy.
Oh, I know. I think so too. I'm so happy you're here. Okay, so Justin, as you know, every week we do something around here called Tuesday Tuesday. I think we have a little special spin on it. I actually wanted to choose your clothes, but what's the special spin? Justin, tell me.
Well, when a gay man comes to the Today Show, a gay man's gonna do what a gay man's got to do. So, of course, I got in on the action. And being that it's Pride Month, I really wanted to bring some color into what we choose on Wednesday. So, you guys, can we take a look at the 3 outfits that I chose?
Okay.
All right.
Oh, there you are picking from the rack?
I'm picking from the rack. And by the way, rack is beautiful. I picked this first moment because I love New York so much.
Isn't that cool?
The skyline is so beautiful. And this to me screamed you.
Okay.
Okay.
That's by my friend Leela Rose, and I love it. She did an ode to New York City, and that's oh, you like this one?
Okay, the printed hearts. Again, Pride Month. Color, show your support for gay pride, and it would be amazing because you know the gays love you.
Yeah, okay,
You know the gays love you.
Do you know that dress is actually Savannah's?
Oh my God, it's amazing.
I borrowed it because I knew you'd like it.
And this one right here.
You're in?
Color blocking moment. Orange and pink together are 2 of my favorite colors. If you don't wear that tomorrow, I will wear that tomorrow.
Okay, so you're gonna wear C and I'm gonna wear A, or we don't know?
We don't know. We're gonna let people pick.
Okay.
And whatever you don't get, I'll just go ahead and put 1 leg in it because I'm a little bit bigger than you.
You are not. Okay, so all you have to do is head to the Hoda and Jenna Instagram page with your comment and with your pick, and make your comments kind. Right,
yes.
Justin? Make them kind. We're all about kindness around here.
We're all about kindness. And by the way, when I see a kind comment in an Instagram post, I'm like, you know what, ma'am? Thank you.
Right?
And that made my day.
Exactly. When you see the mean ones, what do? You just glaze over?
Oh my God, I don't even look at them.
Good.
It's like, Black Mirror. I can't even see it.
Okay. All right. How excited are you for In the Heights? It's coming. It's here. It's coming out this week. I cannot wait.
I can't tell you. By the way, let me just start off by saying shout out to Moulin Rouge in Chicago, who ushered in the movie musicals. Didn't get their due, but everyone is saying, Lin-Manuel, Hamilton. Yes, I loved Hamilton.
Yes.
It was a great moment. But we have to give a shout out
Did you
to
see
those women.
Moulin Rouge a million times?
I can sing every word.
Me too.
To Moulin
My
Rouge.
gift is my song.
My song. I can't sing. I cannot sing.
Neither can I. But anyway, we cannot wait to see this. This is going to be, after a year of delays, it's going to be in the theaters and also on HBO Max. And this is really interesting. Justin, you know more about entertainment news, but they just dropped the first 8 minutes.
People. 8
Give
minutes.
people a little taste. We're not going to show all 8 minutes, but take a look.
The late nights, you taste beans and rice and syrup and shaved ice. I ain't gonna say it twice. Turn up the street lights. We taking the flight to a couple of days in the life for what it's like in Washington Heights.
Can I just talk about the disappointment when I went to Washington Heights and there was no one singing and dancing on the streets?
You expected a full flash mob? You were like, where are my dancers?
I thought that was promised. But about this movie, the one thing that I say all the time, if it's doesn't have an 85 or higher on Rotten Tomatoes, I won't see it. It has a 97. So Rotten
that's
Tomatoes
really
is excited
high, right?
about this. Yes.
Okay, you have to tell us about the Annie news, because this is huge.
Taraji P. Henson,
who we love,
will play Mrs. Hannigan in the upcoming production of Annie Live. This woman can do no wrong.
I mean, she's the best.
And she always puts her spin on it.
Yeah.
That's what I love about her. She always takes a role, she steps into it, and she really does it.
Well,
and I know Carol Burnett did it.
Yes.
We know Cameron Diaz did it.
And you know, also, did you know that Kathy Lee Gifford also played Miss Hannigan at Madison Square Garden back in 2006?
Kathy Lee.
How good is that?
I can't even believe.
Okay, the other thing that's really cool about this film is that they're starting a search for a young Annie. They're doing it. They're basically theater-loving kids. All of the country can submit auditions online.
Will you take a 34-year-old black man in a wig? Because I will literally do it.
I tried out for Annie, and it was like an off Broadway in Dallas, Texas. And this was like the saddest. They were like, okay, can you do any gymnastics? And so I was like, I can do a somersault. And I was, you know, like kind of chubby, so a somersault should have been easy. And I ran to do one, and I hit my head so hard on the ground. And that I immediately got, you know, X'd. They were like, Annie's not for you.
Well,
and neither is anything else.
Well, coming up, we have Dr. Phil to work through those issues with Jenna, because obviously this is still haunting this woman so many years later.
I might try out too. Let's do it later. Annie Live will air December 2nd here on NBC. Okay, it's time for Unscripted, and I just have to say, I'm having so much fun.
Are you?
I'm your momager. I'm just telling you, you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
You're doing so great. Okay, I think you should lead this. You know about the Hollywood stuff. I don't really.
Oh, well, Shailene Woodley is opening up about her surprise engagement to NFL superstar Aaron Rodgers in the new issue of Shape magazine.
Look how beautiful she looks.
She looks amazing. Now, we all thought this, and it turns out things progressed fast while they were quarantining together. She tells the magazine starting a relationship where you immediately move in with someone because it's a pandemic and you just can't get on a plane and go back and forth on weekends taught us a lot about each other very quickly. We jumped in headfirst and got some of the sticky bits out of the way.
Oh my gosh. She also says she and Aaron are meant to be. I have that perspective that I would have met Aaron in any context, in any space and time.
That's crazy.
Any space and time. Like, they'd go back to the 1930s and be
That's
together.
what I'm wondering. Is this what, like, Outlander, where you, like, just jump back and forth?
Okay, I have to ask you, you're single.
Super single.
What is it like to date during, I mean, I just was with my husband, you know, and my
Yeah.
kid sort of pulling on me. What does it feel like to date during this time?
You know, what's crazy is I was kind of sort of hanging out with somebody before the pandemic, and I realized early on that I couldn't be in charge of your feelings, my feelings, our anxieties together.
Yes.
So I thought it was smart to go our separate ways and to really just hang on and experience what was going on by myself.
Yeah.
And I find that people either got in relationships and they blew up, or people got in relationships and got engaged.
Well,
like
that's
Shailene
exactly
Woodley.
right. But now, what does that, do you think that means, and I'm the person maybe watching, but that person wasn't the right person?
No, it means I was ready for Shot Girl Summer, and I knew that Europe was about to open up, and, you know, it just gave me a lot of time to really reflect on what I want to do in life and how I was going to get
Yeah.
to the spot sitting next to you.
Oh, well,
on the
listen,
Today Show.
I'm glad that you got rid of him because I just want you here. Okay, you know what, Justin? We're going to have so much fun because if you love how we just sit around and chat like this, there's really good news. Today, we're launching some new exciting shows on our streaming channel Today All Day. So I get to host a show called Today Talks, where you can get caught up in all the latest buzz, and you'll even find an exclusive extra segment from Hoda and me, or in today's case, Justin.
Yes, we are going to do it.
And then Savannah, Al, Jill Martin, and many more all have these really cool special shows. So you can find it all at today.com or on your YouTube and Peacock, or just go to the QR code right below Justin again, right on his chair.
I
and
love these QR
watch
codes.
on your phone. Watch with us. Today Talks continues after the break. I'll have an exclusive chat with Justin you can only see here on Today All Day.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Here in Chicago, about 20,000 middle schoolers returning to school today.
They also took advantage of existing vaccine distribution networks throughout Alaska.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Ready actors.
An indie horror film, a talented young actress, and a deadly shot. Dateline's newest podcast, Killer Roll.
Action!
Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Tonight, the CDC's new outdoor mask guidelines. What changed that allowed this new recommendation to be made? If we do nothing, what happens to a city like Houston?
You're going to repeat this movie over and over again.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
Welcome back to Today Talks. And now for some exclusive content you can only see here on Today All Day. Justin, you did it. First day hosting the Today Show. How was it?
I'm not gonna lie, I tinkled a few times. There is a depend in here that is catching some residue. I have to say, it's as fun and as exciting as it seems on TV, as it seems since I watched it since I was a kid.
Were you a little kid that watched the Today Show? Was that part of your routine?
This was my routine until, I still watch the Today Show in my dressing room at E, but my mom would put it on every morning. We had breakfast, and that's how we got the day started, with the Today Show in the background.
And your mom actually didn't really believe that you were doing this.
She thinks that I am completely lying about this. So she is probably at work right now watching this with everybody and still not believing that I am on the Today Show.
Okay, so as a little kid, you grew up in a small town in Louisiana. What was your dream? Did you want to go into entertainment? Was this something you wanted to do?
I wanted to be on The Real World. How tragic is that? All I wanted to do was be on The Real World in order for me to get in front of a camera, in order for me to become a TV personality, a VJ, is what they called it back in the day.
Yes.
And I didn't know any other way to do it but to get on The Real World. But I'm so lucky.
Did you actually try out and stuff?
I sent 8 videos, honey.
8?
There's probably a library with all videos of me trying to get on The Real
What'd you do?
World.
What was your vibe? Like, you'd be like, hey, I'm Justin Sylvester.
I did the whole 9 yards. I dyed my hair blonde. I tried to I figured out every angle I can go in at, but it wasn't my journey.
Yeah.
The universe said, no, not this way.
Okay, but what was the way? Talk about how you got to where you are. Like, it's super cool.
Oh, I met Allie Landry at a restaurant. And at 14, she gave me her phone number and was like, whenever you're ready to move to Los Angeles, please come. I will keep the door open for you.
So you were there at that restaurant eating, or you were working?
I was a waiter at the restaurant. And by the way, I was just jacked up that Allie Landry signed her name on a piece of paper for me. Like, it was crazy.
And she's from your little town,
She's
too.
from my little town. When you drive in, it says Home of Allie Landry. Everyone knows.
Does it really?
Yes. She's like the biggest thing. She's like Beyonce of Breaux
I think
Bridge,
they're going to put
Louisiana.
Allie Landry and then put a little thing that says, and Justin Sylvester.
No one believes I'm here. Okay, it's an illusion. And fast forward, I moved to Los Angeles. She welcomes me into her home, and she introduces me to a woman who she says is a friend of hers who's about to start a reality show. And I go to meet this woman. She's kind of crazy. She has 4 kids. She's feeding 4 kids. She has long brown hair. And she's talking about this reality show. And she says, yeah, I might need you for 3 months. Come to my house on Monday. I get to her house on Monday, and it was Kyle Richards. And it was the first day that they were shooting Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. So my entry into Beverly Hills was with the queen of Beverly Hills. And that 3 months lasted 6 years.
That is so crazy. I mean, but also kind of serendipitous that she was starting this thing that would turn into this huge show on the day that you happened to be looking for a job.
And by the way, she literally was like, yeah, I'm just gonna do this show. It's gonna be fun, blah, blah. I'm like, no, it's intense. I'm a gay man. Let me tell you how is it gonna go. Because, I watched every Real Housewives, and she had no idea what she was getting herself into. She thought she was just gonna go and be herself and just, it was gonna be a fun ride.
Yeah.
And then we all know how season 1 ended up.
But isn't that so cool that you literally can meet somebody in a restaurant and it can change your entire life?
My entire life. And by the way, she was more excited than me that I was doing this. She's called me like 5 times this morning to make sure I was up, to make sure that I was ready.
Who, Allie or Kyle? Kyle?
Yes.
Kyle's like watching, and I hope she thinks I took care of you.
Oh, she definitely
Okay,
does.
tell her I love you. All right, that's it for this episode of Today Talks. Keep watching more on Today All Day.
Hi, Julia.
Hi.
I just want to start this interview by making sure people who are watching this know the impeccable reputation and respect you have from within the music community, from old people like myself, like you. People, this is your very first record that you're promoting, but you have like changed the trajectory of pop music over the past few years by co-authoring or authoring, over 100 songs for some of the biggest artists in this industry. And we know that about you. So you're one of the most well-respected people in music. And I just wanted to say I'm psyched to talk to you about your new record.
Well, thank you very much. That's very flattering, and I suck at compliments, but thank you.
Well, you've written some songs for, we're talking about Justin Bieber, Selena, Britney, Pink, Ed Sheeran. I was talking to my buddy Gwen Stefani about you, Nick Jonas, but also people like Keith Urban or Janelle Monáe, or you wrote one of my favorite Linkin Park songs, like so many different types of genres. And I wondered back 4 years ago, what drove you to stop writing for others and to keep these songs and to perform them yourself as an artist?
Well, I still write for other people, so that hasn't changed. But I had written a song called Issues. It was the first song that I had ever written that I put a very personal situation into. And when it came time to sort of give it to somebody, I was just like, I don't know if I feel comfortable having somebody sing something so intimate about me. And that really changed it for me.
Yeah, that song did well. 5 times platinum, nominated for 2 Grammys. What was life like being shot out of a cannon, your first time as a solo artist?
It was pretty nerve-wracking. I mean, that wasn't originally my goal. I was like, I'm just going to be a songwriter. I'm going to be in the background. I'm going to help people on their songs. And, I learned to sing in the booth, in the mic, by myself. So to go from doing that to then, singing on the Billboard Awards and opening for people in stadiums, it was like pretty horrifying. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. I read you had a panic attack at the Billboard Music Awards the first time you did Issues live. Is that true?
It is, yeah. You can actually visibly see it on
I see you hugging a bandmate. What's happening in that moment?
Yeah, I turned around, I was like, I can't breathe. And Cammie, who she had just started with me, she was like, I don't know what to do. And she's been with me now for like 4 years. But in the moment, she was like, I don't know how to help you.
You and I have talked about, mental health before. You wrote a song, Anxiety. We're talking about that. Issues, obviously self-explanatory. How are you doing on that front?
Pros and cons to everything in life. Good days, bad days. Some days better than others.
You've written so much about that topic, mental health and whatnot, and yet there seems to be a bit of a pivot in the writing to this first 10-track full-length record that you just put out, not in chronological order. And, this is about exes and lovers and like who you're wrapped around. And it's got such a different writing tone from stuff we're familiar. You sound like a jealous girlfriend.
I mean, I do say in Issues, I'm a jealous person. And that has carried on through a lot of my music. No, but I'm in a very healthy, wonderful relationship. And, you know, even though I sing about love and being really happy and healthy, I still have anxiety. I still have depression. Those don't just go away when you're happy. But I'm super in love and I'm happy to talk about it and talk about it very specifically.
Well, good. Let's talk about it specifically. JP Saxe is an incredible Canadian artist. And I know that you guys came together on the track If the World Ended. And how did that happen?
Okay, so funny story. I was texting with Shawn Mendes and he was like, what are you listening to? And I gave him a little list of things that I was listening to. I was like, what about you? And he was like, I think you would love this artist. His name's JP Saxe. And he showed me this song called 25 in Barcelona. And I was like, this is amazing. I listened to it for like 6 hours straight. And I slid into his DMs and I posted it on my Instagram. I was like, this is the best song I've ever heard. And he was like, I love you. Like, can we write together? And the first time we ever met was when we wrote If the World Was Ending. We had our first date the next day and we've basically been together ever since. That was almost 2 years ago.
Such an awesome 2021 love story, man. That's incredible.
I know, it sounds like a cheesy rom-com. Like if you watched it in a movie, you'd be like, this is not possible. This is so lame. But it's real. It's true.
You know, you guys got together and recorded that in July of 2019. It was released in October. And if you think about it, 5 months later, our world shut down. And it felt like, and I remember hearing that song for the first time going, oh my God, she's writing about the here and now moment. Do you think that song just took on a new meaning given what happened with the coronavirus?
Absolutely. Yeah. I think the song was very special to a lot of people because it resonated at such a very peculiar time in the world. That's obviously not what we were anticipating. We put out this song about earthquakes in California, and it really did take on a life of its own, and we're so grateful. But also sometimes we feel really guilty that the song was did what it did in such a chaotic time. So
JP and you also co-wrote 2 songs of the 10 on the new record. The lead single is All Your Exes. So tell me about the process for that, because I mean, this is about, I want to live in a world where all your exes are dead. You've got a chainsaw in the art, and I wondered if you're trying to channel your inner Marshall Mathers or what's going on.
My inner American Psycho. No, it was funny. We were, I was at the end of my album and there were a couple songs I kind of wanted to take off. And I looked at JP and I was like, you're one of my favorite songwriters in the world. Will you just take a day or two and just see if we can write something for my album? He was like, yeah, let's try it. And so we were at the studio one day, we leave and we had this conversation and he was like, you know, maybe one day in the future we'll be able to talk about the people from our past that have shaped our present. And I was like, F that, no way. And he was like, you just want to live in a world where my exes are dead, don't you? And I was like, yep. And then I sang the first 2 lines in the car and then we went to the studio the next day and we wrote it. And yes, it's like satirical and comical and aggressive, but like if you really listen to it, it's saying, you know, like, I love you so much that the idea of you being with somebody else before me, like, physically hurts me.
It's so great, and it's such a great kickoff to the record, the vibe of it. There's a few standout tracks that I really loved in listening to your album. One of them is a song called Little Did I Know. And I wondered what you could tell me about that. I took a couple of notes. Immediately, it feels like a love letter. You say you'd be the one who would save me, learn how to change me. I mean, this feels like a song about, and I don't know if it's autobiographical or not, but there's a real sense of unexpected love. Even so much where you say, you know, the summer before, my idea of love was this Shakespearean tragedy. Just tell me about that song, Little Did I Know.
I mean, that it is very true. You know, before I met JP, I thought that love was supposed to be this like dramatic, chaotic, toxic, you know, thing you see in the movies, you know, where people are like breaking glasses and then they're like passionately making love, you know? And I was warped into thinking that that was love. And then you meet somebody that completely changes your world and your perspective. And you're like, oh, love can be easy and non-complicated and communicative. That is amazing. And I remember I had a session with an artist that day that didn't go the way that I wanted it to. And I was just like feeling really down on myself. And I looked at JP, we're laying in bed and I was like, can will you write something with me? Like, I need to just prove to myself that I can do this today, and I want to do it with you. And so we started it in bed. We wrote it in a bathtub. We wrote it at a park. We wrote it in his living room. It was just a mixture of a bunch of different things. And then when it came time to record it, we had my friend Ben Rice come, set up in my guest bedroom. It was in the middle of the pandemic, so we were all scared of each other. Sang it in my guest bedroom. JP and I did all the background vocals together. And yeah, basically that's what you hear today.
So the 2 tracks, JP, he wrote that one with you too? Those are the 2?
Yeah.
I did not know that. It was just a standout track that I marked on my sheet that I really loved a lot. That's great. Yeah. You guys have really something special going there.
Yeah, we figured if our first song we ever wrote together got us a Grammy nomination, we should probably keep writing together.
And by the way, yeah, let's talk about that. That's pretty crazy because Issues was nominated for a Grammy, and you've been stoked by that, of course. But If the World getting nominated for a Grammy is so great on many levels because A, you wrote it with the person you love. B, you're a songwriter before you're anything else. And then C, you're also the vocalist on the track, you know? What was that like?
It's amazing, you know, like everybody always has something to say about award shows, you know, but Grammys really is that pinnacle for a lot of songwriters and a lot of artists. So for me to be nominated in the Song of the Year category as a songwriter twice is special to me. That's a very special thing. And as an artist for both of them. And I'm so grateful I got to do the second one with the person that I love. And it was his first nomination ever. So he was just like on a high all day long.
It's so great. You've written all these great songs. You wrote Sorry for Bieber, or I think you wrote Bad Liar for Selena, all these. But like, you know, you kept Issues, you kept If the World, like you have 2 songs that were nominated. Like you've given away so many great songs that your odds of keeping one that would be nominated for multiple Grammys is almost low in a way. And it is very low. And it just worked out so well. It's just, do you ever take a second to validate like the incredible work that you've done, not just for others, but for yourself?
No, never.
That's a problem, Julia.
I'm like highly insecure. I don't know if you know that, or if it doesn't come up my music enough.
I know, you're your boss though. Like you have to start to believe it. By the way, another thing I loved about If the World, and if it's true, is I think you had Finneas produce it, Billie Eilish's brother. And I love that choice of production because it fits, you know, he's so good in that world.
He is so good in that. And we really wanted to keep the song really simple and just add some sort of like sonic ambiance.
That's what he does.
Something that wasn't gonna like, you know, overcrowd it because it was such a simple, intimate song. So we reached out to Finneas and Finneas was like, I love this song. I would love to do this. And he nailed it.
Yeah, I'd imagine the demo's not far from the end result. And he probably just did his thing on it.
Yeah, no, I mean, the original is just piano. So all the beautiful, you know, ethereal stuff that you hear, that was all Finneas.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground. Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready? Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
A huge lift is underway for one of the most celebrated cities in this country, Cleveland, Ohio.
Yes.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
We're having a baby.
Wow.
The big reveal is under the lid.
Hey now.
Things are looking brighter, so we want to help you find the fun in 21.
Music is back. Y'all were exactly what we needed.
The other song on the new record, not in chronological order, why did you title it that?
It's funny, actually. I think people assume because I'm a songwriter, I'm gonna have some deep, meaningful
Progression of tracks.
Yes, or like deep, meaningful title for the entire album,
Right.
that summarizes it. But when I wrote the album and I was doing the track listing, I was like, normally for like inner monologue, it was a complete story. And when I did the track listing for Nico, it wasn't. So I just called it not in chronological order.
Oh, hence
because
Nico.
really
I get it.
is-
That's an acronym.
Yes,
Got
because it really is not in chronological order, like the sequence of events in which it happened in my life.
Got it. Well, as a radio DJ, I highly recommend and love the Nico. That's just easier for us dumb DJs to say a million times when
You
we're
can
playing
call
your
it
music.
Nico all you want.
The other track I really love on it is the last track on it, That Kind of Woman. It immediately felt like a country song, and I don't know if that's because of the rhythm and rhyme in which it was written, because of the repetitious nature of the chorus. I thought of like Willie Nelson was the first person that came to my mind when I listened to the song. But anyway, is that a song that you write about yourself, where you're just blatantly sort of pointing out flaws?
Absolutely. Yeah, I wrote that. I tend to write a lot of songs in the bathtub. I don't know why. I think it's because it's like it's the only time I get where it's like me time and I can just sort of be self-reflective and
You could get a killer bubble bath endorsement.
You know what? I really got to do that. And I was just sitting there and I was just like, thinking about like, if I was the perfect human, what would that look like to me? And it was someone that, isn't super jealous, takes their own advice, likes the way that they sound when they sing, doesn't buy things and fill up their closet to fill voids. And I brought it to Michael Pollack, who's a frequent collaborator of mine. And we started a different song that day and it wasn't working out the way that we wanted it to. And I think it's because I had this on my heart, but I think I was just like a little nervous to talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
And when we did it, when I mentioned it to him, he was like, this is amazing. And he was like, you know what? I don't even want to insert myself in this lyrically, really, because these should all be, your experiences, your insecurities, your flaws,
right.
That you wish you could change. And that's what we did. And we wrote it on piano. We were both crying together.
Well,
and
the chorus for people who haven't heard it is, if the me I am walked out that door, that's the kind of woman I'd leave me for.
Yeah.
Which is really powerful stuff. I mean, I've been to lots of therapy, and that's just impressive. You dug deep on that one, Julia.
Yeah, I'm a digger. That's for sure.
you did it. So is all this stuff I hear about you not wanting to lay down vocals in the studio in front of other people, is that true?
I kind of. It depends. If I don't know the person, I'm like, I would rather be in my own element, in my own space. That way, if I like screw it up or mess it up, no one's like in there judging me. And I know it's like a safe space and no one really does, but like in my head, I'm like so insecure that I'm like, can you just not? If it's someone I'm really comfortable with and I've been working with them for a long time, then like, I don't care. But like Benjamin Rice, he's been doing my vocals for the last 5 years. Like I don't let anyone else touch them unless it's him.
Right. But how'd you write with JP? This is a guy that you're totally crushing on and falling in love with. You're in a writing session for a song that would go on to be nominated for Song of the Year. I mean, there's so much happening in your orbit.
Ben was there.
What was it like to sing in front of JP for the first time? What did you think of your own voice?
Scary. But like I said, Ben was there, thank God. And actually, fun fact, I wasn't even supposed to be on If the World Was Ending. The reason that even happened was because JP couldn't get the timing right of the melody in the second verse. So I was like, why don't I just go lay it down and then you can just sort of like copy the rhythm. And he was like, you're not leaving this song now. I was like, okay.
That's amazing. I didn't know that. That's right. That's a song on his record that you're the feature on. It's not even your song. Yeah. People think it might be, but wow, smart guy.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
It does seem as if this White House doesn't want to bring a lot of high-profile attention to the issue. What efforts might depoliticize vaccine hesitancy? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Tonight, the CDC's new outdoor mask guidelines. What changed that allowed this new recommendation to be made? If we do nothing, what happens to a city like Houston?
You're gonna repeat this movie over and over again.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Here in Chicago, about 20,000 middle schoolers returning to school today.
They also took advantage of existing vaccine distribution networks throughout Alaska.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Right now on NBC News Now.
They've done things like installing cameras to help alert Border Patrol to people crossing.
They are escaping a number of conditions there, violence and persecution in their home countries.
What is it like, just sort of, falling in love with somebody who just does what you do? And you can have those guys, he can certainly relate to your life, but is it ever frustrating or?
No, never. I'm actually grateful that he still wants to write with me, because I can tend to be a little neurotic in the studio and be pretty aggressive and sometimes pretty alpha.
I've heard
and
that.
He doesn't take it personally, which is so nice. I'm so happy about that.
Yet.
Yeah, exactly. There may come a time.
It's funny. I was talking to Gwen Stefani about you earlier today. And
I love her.
Yeah, she was like, "Oh my God, she's such a freak," But she's like, she knows I can say that about her. But I was curious because Gwen going through a divorce, some of the most personal times of her life.
Yeah.
She had written some stuff down, and you came in, and you have this ability to basically, as she told me, take all of her just sort of heart, which is on paper, and you turned it into a song. You turned it into a chorus, and. She said, you were just absolutely incredible to work with. I mean, how are you able to do that? Those are such hyper-personal moments.
Well, one, Gwen, I love you. Thank you for saying that. You're my icon, so that means a lot. I mean that it's my job. My job is to listen, to be open, and it's my favorite part of the process is being somebody that people trust enough to give their emotions to and trust me to do them justice. That's huge for me. I take that so seriously.
What makes a great song, Julia?
That's a hard question, and there's no algorithm, there's no specific something that makes a song special. I honestly think it's just a feeling. I just feel I don't know. It could be, music is just so ever changing. It can be anything, but the thing that resonates with you is the feeling.
Right. And is that how you operate when you write for yourself or write for others? Do you have the ability to kind of tap into that feeling and then you're an engineer of words, and then put structure to it?
Yeah. I mean, I definitely don't do math when it comes to music. I've never been technical. I've always been very conversational, to the heart, to the point. And then, you spend a few hours with somebody, or, when you're working on music for yourself, I think there comes the deep breath, exhale moment where you're like, all right, I think we did this. I think this is really good. It feels good.
You've written a lot of lyrics about, mental health and, of course, your song Anxiety. And you wrote the Linkin Park song Heavy, which opens up with one of my favorite lyrics, which is, "I don't like my mind right now, stacking up problems that are so unnecessary." That resonates with me so much, being somebody with anxiety and panic attacks. And I wondered what that process was like for you, who experienced very similar things as well. Does it make you feel so much better after you pen and write those songs?
Definitely. It's definitely, it doesn't go away, but it's definitely a release, and then I think the thing that feels the best is putting something out that is so personal to you, but then knowing that there's thousands of people all over the world that feel the same way that you do, and then you're like, oh, this is so nice. This is so nice. There's such a nice just feeling knowing that there's like a weird camaraderie with your emotions and your anxiety and your depression.
Your peer group is so big because you've worked with so many different artists and so many different genres. What's been the reaction for Nico, your album, from them, from those who've heard it or you've shared it with?
I mean, so far, everyone's been very lovely, very supportive. I've gotten a lot of texts from people, and no, I'm not going to name names, of people being like,
come on,
hey,
give me one. Give me just one, not a lot.
No. Of them being like, I can't post this, but I just want you to know that All Your Exes is the best thing I've ever heard. I'm like, cool, I totally get it, understand.
Now,
Thank you.
Have you heard from any of your exes, or have you ever?
No, absolutely not. And thank God for that. Let's be real.
I have to ask about the pandemic and just the time in quarantine and all that. I know you've fallen in love, and that's great, but I also understand you've also fallen in love with baking. Is that true?
I love to bake.
Did you always love to bake, or when did this start?
Yes, I always did, but I never had the time. Before, like pre-pandemic, we were on tour for 3 years. Literally 2019, I was on tour for 7 months straight. I was exhausted. I hadn't been home. I missed everything and everybody. So then 2020 came and I was like, well, great. I guess I can do things that I haven't gotten to do in a really long time.
What's your favorite thing to bake if you were going to bake something like right now?
Apple pie.
Oh, I love apple pie. Do you do a crumble on top at all, or just kind of a straightforward top?
I lattice that like a boss.
Yeah, I love what I'm saying. You are the boss, Julia. Hey, listen, congratulations on a great record. Nico, not in chronological order. A lot of people are gonna love it, and thanks for your time today. It's great to see you.
Thank you.
Right now on NBC News Now.
They've done things like installing cameras to help alert Border Patrol to people crossing.
They are escaping a number of conditions there, violence and persecution in their home countries. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. We're going to do our part and get vaccinated live.
A very special naturalization ceremony.
This is a really inspiring group.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. We're going to do our part and get vaccinated live.
A very special naturalization ceremony.
This is a really inspiring group.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Carson, he's a one-man glam squad. He's been trending on Twitter. When he joined us yesterday, gave himself a quarantine haircut on live television. Now, he was guided over the phone by Chris Appleton, who's a celebrity stylist to folks like J-Lo. But due to technical difficulties, we lost Chris's live shot. So he had to talk Carson through it over the phone. Well, you can see we were on the edge of our seats here. We weren't sure what would happen. We ran out of time. Carson promised a photo of his final haircut. So without further ado, here it is.
No.
He's bald and he is beautiful.
Did he really?
Carson, did you really do that?
Wow.
Well, everybody's very, very curious to know what happened here. This is a very bittersweet moment for me because as soon as we got off the air, it ended so fast. My 11-year-old son, Jackson here, say hi, Jack. Jack goes, Dad, people are going to want to know the end result. We should post a photo. And so we posted a photo, but let's just go ahead and do the reveal now, and then I'll finish the story. Are you ready?
Let's see.
Are you ready? Okay, here we go. Oh, we got Chris, too. Okay.
All right.
Oh, Okay.
Carson, it looks great.
That looks pretty
You didn't let me down. You didn't let me down.
I was worried about your name was, your
Honestly, when you
reputation was
posted
on
that picture, I was like, okay. I mean, I've seen some DIY haircuts going on right now, and there's some interesting ones, so I was a little disappointed. This was my end result, and I was going to give you guys a few tips as well. But you look great. You did an amazing job. It's all in the flicking action, Carson, right?
Yeah, that was exactly what did it. And I kind of kept it to the sides and to the back, and I left it a little bit longer on top. But it was funny because my 11-year-old was the one who said, Dad, people are going to want to know what it looked like. So he goes, it'd be funny if you posted a picture of you bald. And I was like, that's a great idea. So we found an app. We doctor up the picture. I show it to Siri, and Siri's like, oh, that's terrible. No one's going to believe that. I go, who cares? It's a joke. We post it. Everybody in my life, I've been on TV everyone since 1998.
Everyone was like,
everybody thought it was real.
Guilty.
I called Carson
it.
as soon as I saw it.
My home phone hasn't rung in 6 years, and it rang. It was Uncle Al, and he was like, "What did you do it?" And now I feel like because of Uncle Al, and I have lots of bald friends. I feel like I've let them down now. So I still want to say, bald is beautiful. I'm willing to do it. I mean, I'll do it. But Chris, thank you
Carson,
for the help.
No, seriously, you killed it. Listen, guys, there's so many DIY haircuts. Hopefully, you guys picked up a few tricks and hints. I actually posted the full video of how to do it on my Instagram so you guys can
Chris,
see it.
thank
I believe
you
you guys are going to put it online as well.
We will. Carson,
Thanks,
you look
Chris.
awesome.
We are cooking up some exciting things this week in the brand new Today All Day Kitchen. Up next on #Cooking, Samadada. We'll show you how to rescue any brown spotty bananas with 2 tasty treats, chocolate chip banana bread bars and a banana cream cheesecake that just happens to be dairy-free.
Welcome to #Cooking. The next time you see some nearly perished, super ripe bananas sitting on your counter, wondering what will become of their existence, like, will we get thrown away today? Don't toss them, please save them. Rescue the spotty bananas, #save the spotty bananas, and make these recipes. I'm gonna show you 2 of my favorite ways to use those super ripe bananas sitting on your counter. My chocolate chip banana bread bars and my banana cream cheesecake that happens to be dairy-free. Let's get #Cooking. Just for 1 second, okay, I want you to forget about those microwave packets of oatmeal. And we're gonna give oatmeal a glamorous moment with these chocolate chip banana bread bars. I've already preheated my oven to 375 degrees, and now all I'm going to do is prepare my pan. So what I've done here, greased it with some coconut oil so our parchment paper doesn't stick, right? So I've got that here. I'm just gonna stick it right into the pan. The coconut oil helps it stick, right? So this is nice. Make sure we're hitting all of the edges of the pan. And what's nice is that we're creating these flaps, okay? The flaps are really nice because when it's done baking, we'll be able to easily lift the batter out of the pan and have our bars all ready. What's great about using super ripe bananas in recipes is that they're naturally a lot sweeter and a lot easier to mash into different recipes. Got 2 here. We're rescuing them. We're giving them a second life, a second chance at life. They love us for this. Throwing the peels away. I'm gonna peel this one. Like so. Pop that in. See you later. Okay, and now we're just gonna mash. This is kind of where you can get your aggression of the day out into these bananas, okay? I wanna mash them until they're really nice and smooth. And like I said, because they're a bit riper, it's gonna be a lot softer and easier to mash. Not to mention it's gonna impart a lot of that really nice, sweet, ripe flavor of the bananas into this oatmeal bar recipe. And because they're super ripe, we're actually not gonna use a bunch of sugar to sweeten this recipe because it's gonna pull a lot of that natural sweetness from the bananas. Have I convinced you to not throw your bananas away yet? Just wondering. Okay. Really take your time here, like I am. Okay. I want no banana to feel unmashed. I want it to feel all loved and mashed, okay? All right. And you can use a potato masher here if you have that, if you like that utensil for your life. I'm just using a fork because you know what? Forks are accessible. Okay. So this is looking pretty good. I have to compliment myself on my mashing abilities. Looks pretty smooth. And now we're just gonna work on the rest of our ingredients. All right. So, in this recipe, I'm using 2 eggs, so I'm gonna crack those both in here. I wanna be that type of person that does like the one-handed egg crack. I'm not that person. I'm safe. I take precautions. All right. Okay, now I'm gonna whisk the eggs and the bananas together. So everything is nice and smooth. Look at those amber yolks. It's pretty nice. Bananas and eggs whisked together. They look nice and smooth, really happy in there. Now I'm gonna add my nut butter. So I'm actually using peanut butter here, but if you have a cashew butter at home, if you have an almond butter, that's totally fine. You do you. Whatever nut butters you're harboring in your pantry. I know I have like a million because I have a problem, but you can use that. I'm gonna slide that straight in there. Now I'm gonna mix that in. All right, and then I'm gonna add my melted and cooled coconut oil, my vanilla extract, and if you haven't noticed already, the best part about this recipe, other than giving your sad bananas a second life, is the fact that we're making everything in one bowl. Like, you can thank me later for the less dishes that you'll have to do in your life, okay? I'm just using a touch of coconut sugar. Gonna add that in there, and then some maple syrup. It's gonna really give this nice, warm, golden flavor to these oatmeal bars. Now that I've mixed all my wet ingredients together, I'm gonna grab my oatmeal, the star of the show. It's about to be super glamorous. Add it straight in here, along with some cinnamon. I love cinnamon, I think it's amazing, but you can totally use another spice if you want. You can use maybe a nutmeg if you like that better. I'll leave that choice up to you. And then some baking powder. And then, I'm gonna mix everything together. Make sure everyone just becomes friends in here. Make sure we grab the edges, the sides of the bowl, incorporate it really nicely. It smells so good. Just wait till it's done baking though. That's good stuff. Okay. Now finally, this is a bit of the dessert for breakfast moment that I like to really capture in all aspects of my life, the chocolate chips. Just gonna fold these in. I will add, I don't measure these with anything but my soul. That's just how I choose to live my life, but again, you live yours the way you wanna live yours. I'm gonna fold that in, and you're probably wondering like, Sama, why do you have some of these left over? Because I wanna save some for the top. Because for me, it's not less is more. When it comes to chocolate, not a thing for me. Okay, folding this in nicely until all the chocolate chips are just really nestled in there. We want them to be cozy. Okay, perfect. Now, I love myself for being prepared. We've got our parchment lined pan, and I'm just gonna add it straight into there. So flip this up. I don't know if I mentioned this, but this is my workout for the day, this movement right here. All right, so we're gonna add this straight in there. Get everything out. Scrape the sides. Oh my God, I cannot leave that chocolate chip behind. That would be so sad. Okay. And then I'm just gonna spread it out throughout the pan so it's nice and evenly distributed. Okay, because I am me, I'm gonna add some more chocolate chips on top, just for aesthetics. I like to take nice photos of my food. It's also really fun to make it presentable and looks pretty, too pretty to eat, but not really because we will be eating it. Okay, and then the last thing that I wanna do is add a banana on top. This is again, purely for me to have some nice aesthetics for my photo photographs, and that's fine. That's, again, how I choose to live my life. So what I'm gonna do is just cut it right at the tip of the banana, slice it straight through, like this, okay? And now, I'm just gonna peel this off like I normally would. And then you've got 2 perfect halves of banana. Pretty easy. I'm gonna lift this straight out and I'm gonna place it on to my bars, like that. And then the other half. And then I'm gonna add 1 more for the middle. Go ahead. And again, I have a piece of oatmeal on my finger. Really didn't want to be baked. Okay. And go from the top. Slice it straight down the middle. Peel this guy off. Look at that. Add that straight in there. We're gonna nestle it down nicely. Wants to feel secure, wants to feel at home. And now I'm just gonna add a little dusting of cinnamon on top, partially because I love cinnamon and partially because I want it to look really nice. Okay, now we're gonna take a little journey in the oven for about 22 to 25 minutes. Let's go. All right, hope you enjoy your time in there.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready? Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
A huge lift is underway for one of the most celebrated cities in this country, Cleveland, Ohio.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
We're having a baby.
Wow.
The big reveal is under the lid.
Hey now.
Things are looking brighter, so we want to help you find the fun in 21. Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I can track this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground.
Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
All right, we've let it cool for about 10 minutes, and now, see, this is why we love being prepared with the parchment paper. We get to just lift this straight out of the pan, and then there's no oatmeal bar that's been left behind, like that. Okay, so the best thing about these bars, other than the fact that we're saving so many bananas' lives, is that they're super portable. So I'm just gonna slice them into little bars. You can take them on the go. You can just also have a nice sit-down oatmeal moment at home. You choose whatever you'd like to do. I love the corner piece. I'm just one of those people. Don't know why. Just crispy and caramelized on the edges, so good. Look at that, delicious. And now remember these chocolate chips that I had saved for the top? See, this is why. I'm also gonna add just a little bit of powdered sugar, just to get that nice contrast. A little bit there. Just on the rest of my bars. It's really pretty. Oh, what a little heavy-handed over there. Okay, so now I'm gonna take a few pictures of it, because I didn't put that powdered sugar, that banana, those chocolate chips on for nothing. All right. There we go. I'm really getting the shot. Little video. Get the inside. Okay, you know what? I think we got the shot. It's my time to taste. I'm pretty excited about this. It's so good. You know what's really nice about this as well? It's not too sweet. So it's really great if you'd like to even add a little drizzle of honey on top, maybe a little more peanut butter, almond butter, whatever you have to kind of create this nice sit-down oatmeal moment at home. It's like banana bread, but it's a little more textured from the oatmeal, and then you've got the chocolate chips that are totally giving it this like cookie dough vibe. I would eat cookie dough for breakfast, and I am kind of. Delish. You know, this has inspired me, and I have a lot more ripe bananas in my kitchen, so I think we might have to make my banana cream cheesecake. I'm gonna go grab the ingredients.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Here in Chicago, about 20,000 middle schoolers returning to school today.
They also took advantage of existing vaccine distribution networks throughout Alaska.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Tonight, the CDC's new outdoor mask guidelines. What changed that allowed this new recommendation to be made? If we do nothing, what happens to a city like Houston?
You're going to repeat this movie over and over again.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Ready actors.
An indie horror film, a talented young actress, and a deadly shot. Dateline's newest podcast, Killer Roll.
Action!
Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Okay, do you want to know something crazy about this cheesecake? You don't have to bake it. No ovens are involved. We're just gonna pop it into the freezer to make it, which kind of means it's a cross between an ice cream bar and a cheesecake. Two things I really can't live my life without. So let's make it. The first thing I'm gonna do is prepare my pan with some parchment paper. So what I'm gonna do is just line it straight into the pan, and I'm creating these flaps on the sides so that it's gonna be super easy to lift the cheesecake up after it's done freezing. Just like that. And now it's ready for our crust to find a home in it. So this crust is gonna be really nice and textured. It's gonna be a little crumbly, it's gonna be crispy. Because it's gonna have a really nice creamy filling to go on top of it, I wanted to create that contrast. Everything is gonna come together in this food processor. Starting with some raw almonds as the base. This is gonna give that really nice crispy, crunchy element to the crust. Gonna toss that in there. And now, to sweeten the crust up, we're gonna use some dates. I love dates, not the romantic kind, the medjool kind, okay? So we're gonna add these in. This gives a really nice caramel sweetness to the crust, and also it's gonna allow it to be a little bit sticky and pliable so we can actually just stick it straight into our pan. And now we're gonna add a little bit of creamy almond butter. That's straight inside. You can also use the peanut butter if that's what you have on hand, totally fine with me. I won't judge you. A bit of melted and cooled coconut oil going in there as well. touch of vanilla extract. And then I like to use a little pinch of salt. This is gonna bring out that natural sweetness and create a bit of a contrast. Perfect. I'm just gonna scrape down the sides just to make sure nobody is caught, nobody is left behind, and process it again. We're looking good. We want it to be crumbly, but there's also gonna be some of those pieces that remain. Now it's time to just pack it into our pan. Okay. Oh no. This is precious crust, precious cargo. We can't waste any of it. Now all I'm gonna do is just press it into my pan. Like this. And you wanna make sure it's evenly distributed throughout the entire pan, and you can kind of see that it's sticking together as I tend to pack it. This is gonna serve as a really nice home for our creamy, luscious cheesecake filling. It's gonna be really happy sitting on top of here. We don't want the edges of this pan to feel unloved. We want the crust to be in there too, so make sure you get those corners as well. Okay. I think this looks pretty good if I ask myself. We're done packing the crust into the pan, and now I'm gonna go grab the ingredients for our filling.
I joined Ellen on her set. What's been a difficult year for her personally and for her show.
Very few people go through such huge public humiliation. How can I be an example of strength and perseverance if I give up and run away?
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. We're going to do our part and get vaccinated live.
A very special naturalization ceremony.
This is a really inspiring group. Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
It does seem as if this White House doesn't want to bring a lot of high-profile attention to the issue. What efforts might depoliticize vaccine hesitancy? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Tonight, the CDC's new outdoor mask guidelines. What changed that allowed this new recommendation to be made? If we do nothing, what happens to a city like Houston?
You're going to repeat this movie over and over again.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
I joined Ellen on her set. What's been a difficult year for her personally and for her show.
Very few people go through such huge public humiliation. How can I be an example of strength and perseverance if I give up and run away?
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The secret about this cheesecake filling is that it's actually made from cashews. They're super rich and buttery, so they're the perfect ingredient to make really creamy sauces and fillings like we're gonna do in this cheesecake. But to get it there, we need to first soak them. You always want to make sure you're starting with raw cashews. These are completely raw and unsalted. And you can either soak them overnight if you have patience and time, or you can do what I did, flash soak them for 1 hour in hot water until they're nice and soft. You are not gonna believe how creamy this cheesecake filling is gonna be. We're starting with our raw and soaked cashews, going straight into our blender. Right in there. We're following it up with some coconut milk. I'm using full-fat coconut milk here. We're not messing around with the low-fat kind. Perfect for a really rich and creamy cheesecake filling. And I think this is a really great time to mention that this is a non-dairy recipe. I don't know if you've noticed, but all of you non-dairy folks out there, rejoice because this is for you. Time for our banana, our star. We rescued it from its fate in the trash, perhaps. All right, pop that straight in there. Just breaking it up so it's a bit easier to blend. And now we're gonna go in with our maple syrup. The ripe banana is really nice because it's super sweet already, but the maple syrup is just gonna pull it all together. I really like using maple syrup here because it's a really nice, warm, and golden contrast to those rich and creamy cashews. In there, and then a little touch of vanilla extract. Perfect. All right, we're gonna add some melted and cooled coconut oil. Just a touch. Now we're gonna add some lemon juice. This is super important because you've got rich ingredients like the cashews and the full fat coconut milk. So we want the lemon juice to give it that zing and really balance out those rich ingredients. I'm using this to catch the seeds. At home, you can even just put your fingers underneath the lemon and then catch the seeds in your hands. Little DIY. And then to balance everything out, balance that sweetness, bring it out a little bit, I'm gonna add a little pinch of salt. Okay, now it's time to blend. Okay. You just really cannot believe it. It's so smooth and so creamy. I want to show you a little peek. Look at that. I'm gonna taste it a little and see if I think it needs anything. Taste a bit. I'm gonna add a little more lemon juice and a little more salt. You can totally adjust this to your liking. I just like a little more zing, and that salt's gonna really bring out that sweetness. Okay, we're gonna blend again. My fresh spoon and taste one more time. Perfect. All right, now it's time for this filling to find a home on top of our crust. And there's no dairy in this. Kind of crazy. I'm gonna grab my spatula. This is precious. You can't waste a bit. Now I'm just gonna make sure that's nice and smooth. You can even tap it a little bit to distribute it like this. Shake it around, make sure it hits all the edges. Now, I like to pretend I'm Picasso a little bit with the toppings. You can use whatever you'd like, but I'm gonna use some sliced almonds straight on top. Sprinkle them around. I'm gonna do a little bit of cinnamon. More. And finally, just a little pinch of flaky sea salt. Okay, don't be mad at me because now we have to wait a little bit. We're gonna put this in the freezer for 5 hours, but I promise you it is going to be worth it. Now I'm just gonna cover it with some plastic wrap so that it's protected and it goes into the freezer for its kind of long journey. And then it's ready. See, patience is so worth it. I'm so excited about this. Just gonna remove my plastic wrap. Look at that. We almost don't deserve it. All right, this is why the parchment paper flaps are the best. We just lift it straight out of the pan like this. And now all I'm gonna do is slice them into little cheesecake bars. What you can also do is slice them into fingers as well if you want more of a bite-sized snack. I'm gonna go ahead for the full picture, the full bar. Look at this. I just have to show you. Can you believe that there's no dairy in this? Looks so creamy. All right, that's for me. This is my slice. I am so excited to dig into this. All right, here I go. It's simply not even fair. It's so creamy. It's such a great way to use the nearly perished banana that's been sitting on your counter. Creamy, you would never have any idea there wasn't any dairy in this. I really wish I could eat all of these myself, and I probably would, but I'm gonna be a little nice. I'm gonna send a picture to some friends and see if they wanna have some. Yes, they usually do. No one really ever says no. I mean, why would you? Wouldn't make sense, it's so good. I think I'm gonna deliver some to their houses. I'm such a good friend. Ready? Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go actually. Okay. Okay, Sue. Guess what I brought you? Your favorite banana cream cheesecake. I made it for your birthday.
Oh, this is my favorite. Thank you.
You're welcome. I did the same like date and almond crust that you like. It kind of does. Let's get a smoothie on top of it.
2 Dadas eat.
2 Dadas eat. 2 Dada eats. Dada eats squared.
Dada eats.
Eh? Dada eats is.
We are back. I'm Anthony Contrino, and it is time to get saucy. We've got a brand new kitchen and new episodes coming your way this summer. Tune in to Today All Day, Mondays at 11 a.m.
All right, time to break out the rainbow bandanas and the mismatched shoes because Punky Brewster's in the house. The beloved 80s sitcom that followed a bright young girl being raised by a foster dad is back and better than ever.
Well, in the new season, Punky, played by Soleil Moon Frye, is now a single mother trying to get her life back on track after a divorce. But not to worry, because her best friend, as you saw there, Cherry, played by Cherry Johnson, knows exactly what she needs.
I figured you needed a hug. You can stop hugging, I'm fine. But just a few more seconds. How do you always know? Because we've been friends since we were 7. And you texted me last night at 3 a.m. and said, I need a hug and a box of wine. I had a tough day and accidentally watched The Notebook 3 times. Girl, you need a date.
Thank you. That's so cute. And I loved watching the old clips of you. And now here we have you both, Soleil and Cherry. Good morning to both of you.
Good morning. I miss you guys and love you.
No. So here's the thing, Soleil. People may not know this. You've been wanting to bring this show back for years. And I remember we've interviewed you before and you were saying, hopefully. Well, now it's finally here. And you're not only starring in it, you're raising the bar, you're an executive producer. How does it feel to finally be here now talking about it because it's happening?
This is a dream come true. I mean, you guys have been my extended family over at the Today Show for so long, and to have the amazingness of my childhood best friend, Cherry, who is still my best friend, and for us to be able to be making this dream come true together is just incredible, and I have such gratitude.
So, Cherry, what was it like, walking back onto the set and jumping into this character? Because this isn't like a reboot. This is a continuation of your lives. So what was that like?
Yes, continuation. Yes. That's what we it, Al.
Yes, it was like coming home, like I've been away to college for so many years and all of a sudden I got a phone call and I needed to come back home is exactly how it felt.
Wow. Soleil, the original show certainly didn't shy away from dealing with tough issues, and this continuation doesn't either. Why was it so important for you to continue that? Even, talking about divorce,
It was so important for us to really hold on to the integrity and the authenticity of the original. And I think, for us, Punky has always been the discovery and rediscovery of our Punky power. And I really feel like I'm rediscovering my Punky power again as well, but also creating dialogues around the household with friends that are about real things that are going on in our lives. And that was always so important to us and so important to the integrity of the show and the fans that grew up with Punky and are continuing to.
And Cherry, the show does this great job of not only paying homage to the original, but you've got some Easter eggs, little surprises for folks along the way.
Yes, they're hidden throughout the set, and we make mention to a lot of things that I believe our friends that grew up with us will remember. It's beautiful. I think our writers they grew up watching the show. So it was easy for them to jump in and continue the story between the family.
You know,
and I have to say, we spent her birthday in the treehouse, and I said, "Babe, how are you doing?" And she was like, "I'm with my best friend in the treehouse still." And that's how it felt. It really felt like lightning in a bottle. Every day we got to work, we were in tears of gratitude because we're just so joyful to be able to share this with the world.
That's awesome. So many of us wanted a treehouse, by the way. We're out of time. And I think it's cool now that your kids can see it and they can see you as kids. So it's great. Soleil and Sherry, thank you guys. Congratulations for getting this off the ground.
Thank you so much. We hope you love it.
Punky Brewster, streaming now on Peacock, which is part of our parent company, NBC Universal.
It is the all-star, all-female lineup you didn't know you needed. Best-selling author, actor, and activist Busy Phillips, Grammy Award-winning singer Sarah Bareilles, Tony Award-winning Renee Elise Goldsberry of Hamilton, and legendary SNL writer and comedian Paula Pell. 4 grown ladies trying to be pop stars again. Strap in. When their one-hit wonder girl group from the 90s gets sampled by a young rap artist, the women reunite to give their pop star dreams one more shot. Okay, guys, full confession. I got to see 3 episodes of Girls 5 Eva. Gonna be famous 5 Eva.
Forever too short.
Stop it. While the show is very much a laugh-out-loud comedy, there's something very meaningful about seeing a group of women embracing their second chance at fulfilling a dream.
It was a contest at the mall, Hoda, and we all just showed up. No, I mean, I feel so grateful. Oh my God, I'm gonna cry. Am I crying? I'm about to cry. The hardest year in all of our lives, someone called me Tina Fey, the best in the world, and offered me like my dream come true. 3-4 months working with the most incredible women and sing with the most talented singers and pretend that you were a pop star. And I fell on the ground.
Girls 5 Eva.
Too early.
I was very nervous to sign on. I was like, I think you called the wrong person. I don't know what you think this is not what I do. But I had so much fun.
Everybody sing from your diaphragm.
Okay, which one? There was this undercurrent of just gratitude to get to work, to be able to go to work and to be with other people and to do something creative that was joyful.
How did you guys make it through without busting up in every take?
Oh my
Because
God. We did.
We were at the very end of the shoot. We had, it was like the last hour where we were delirious, and it was a line for Busy that was so ungodly funny, and they didn't warn us, and we were so loopy, and she just said the line, and it was that church cry where you can't come back from it, and it's like, oh, like everyone is about to kill us because we're about to wrap on this entire season, and we cannot get through it. We couldn't get through it.
While the show is very much a laugh-out-loud comedy, there's something very meaningful about seeing a group of women embracing their second chance at fulfilling a dream.
Great.
A lot of us right now, some are in our 40s, some of us are in our 50s, and I think you guys are in those categories. And you feel like there's something about reclaiming a little bit of something.
They succeed at reclaiming their voice, or just understanding that there's still value to who they are. We deserve it as women that are getting older and getting better. So it's an underdog story that has a victorious, song to it that I feel resonates.
Wait, can I just say, like, all of us on this Zoom, I would say, are like in our prime now. I look at the work Paula does and Renee and Hoda, you and your life, and my beautiful SB and and I just think like, oh wow, this is where it's at. It's not at 23.
Okay, so Number one, Jenna called this like the Ted Lasso for women, which it's got that really, really funny vibe. And I bet you by the time this show runs, one of their songs is going to chart. Because we didn't get a lot of clips of their music. They're really good at singing together. And it was just so fun. I was watching it from the set. I was like, oh my God, one more episode.
And didn't you say our friend Carson Daly is also?
Carson has a cameo.
Tiny little bit.
Well, because they go back to the TRL days. And of course, that's Carson to the T.
We got to shout out Meredith Scardino, who wrote it. She's incredibly talented.
Congratulations to Lester Holt, the most trusted TV news anchor in America, on receiving the prestigious Edward R. Murrow Lifetime Achievement Award for a career dedicated to excellence in journalism.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground. Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Right now on NBC News Now.
They've done things like installing cameras to help alert Border Patrol to people crossing. They are escaping a number of conditions there, violence and persecution in their home countries.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I can track this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Okay, no secret. Ed Helms has been cracking us up for years. From his days as Andy Bernard in The Office to his turn as the wild dentist Stu in the Hangover trilogy.
Now Ed is back with a new sitcom in the Peacock original comedy Rutherford Falls, where he plays the overly proud descendant of a small town's founding father.
Well, Ed's character, Nathan, finds himself at odds with his community when the mayor calls for the removal of a local statue known as Big Larry.
You can't move Big Larry.
Hi, Nathan. Come on in.
The town charter is very clear. You have to commemorate the exact spot where the town was founded. That's history, Deirdre. You can't change history unless you got a time machine.
And you don't, because if you did, you'd go back in time and tell yourself not to buy that blazer.
Yeah. Whoa, Bobby. Coming in a little hot there. That was a sick burn, though.
My mouth is still open. Ed, good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Great. That was a great clip. So a lot of people are looking forward to Rutherford Falls. So tell us if we set it up right. It seems to center around a very small town with some big problems, if you will.
You guys nailed it. That's exactly the.
Boom.
That's exactly what it is. The town is. My character is Nathan Rutherford. The town is Rutherford Falls. I'm a descendant of the founder. It's directly adjacent to a Native American reservation. My co-star Janice Schmieding plays my best friend who grew up on the reservation. And our friendship is really sort of the core of this show and the source of, it becomes a little more complicated as the show goes on.
Yeah, and what's great about the show, Ed, you guys have obviously, it's a thorny question that a lot of folks are dealing with across the country, but for your show, you've got this really diverse staff and cast that's in front and behind of the camera, talking about one of the most indigenous writers' rooms in television history. So how does that inform how you make the show as you move forward?
Well, when we first started to think about what the show was in the world where we wanted to tell these stories, it just became clear that there were a lot of Native American aspects to this show, and my buddy Mike Schur and I, who first started talking about this, realized we're not equipped to tell those stories, and so we roped in our buddy Sierra Teller Ornelas, who we had both worked with, and she's Navajo, and that's really when the show kind of became what it is. That's the three of us collaborated and kind of really found the themes and the world, everything locked in. And from there, it became clear that there was a lot more Native American aspects to the whole show. And so as we staffed up, we wound up hiring, I think a majority of the writer's room is Native American. There's a lot of the cast that's Native American. So it really is a meaningful moment of representation for that community, and something I'm incredibly proud to be a part of.
Mm-hmm. And you mentioned Michael Schur. You worked with him on The Office, of course. So for Office fans, does that give us any hope that maybe there's also an Office reunion in the future?
I love this. You guys always ask.
Of course we know it's coming.
Come on, you know who we are.
Reunions.
But we buried it in the middle. Did you like that, though?
So I think, unfortunately, that Mike Schur and I having a little mini reunion on this show is maybe the extent of the Office reunion.
Wow.
I'm not aware of anything in the works.
Would you be open to it?
Oh, my gosh.
Guys, of course.
Okay,
I mean,
all right,
this is the thing. The cast of The Office loves that show as much as the fans. Like, we are, it's. Yeah,
well, before you leave us this morning, what?
I was just going to say, Andy Bernard is a big banjo player.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to get in. Go for it.
And the fact is, during the pandemic, I understand you have really taken those banjo skills
I love it.
to the next level.
Yes. I have hunkered down a little bit. There was a little phase there where I got a little too serious about my banjo playing. Oh, look, I'm wearing the same
Ed, your face looks really serious. Like, I thought it would be like a joyful thing. Like, your face is like...
Steve Martin always says you can't be angry and play the banjo.
I'm not angry. I'm just concentrating.
Okay,
focusing.
There's a big difference. Okay, all right.
It's a difficult instrument.
We wouldn't know. So we trust you on that one.
Even in spite of this interview, will you come back again?
Guys, I love being on. Honestly, of course, anytime.
And bring your banjo with us. Maybe we'll do a little something. Ed,
duo?
Do a little something.
Oh, I thought maybe you played the banjo.
No, Dylan's playing the piano. Craig plays the violin. We can do something. Ed, thank you.
Thanks so much, guys.
It does seem as if this White House doesn't want to bring a lot of high-profile attention to the issue. What efforts might depoliticize vaccine hesitancy? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky. Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground. Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Tonight, the CDC's new outdoor mask guidelines. What changed that allowed this new recommendation to be made? If we do nothing, what happens to a city like Houston?
You're going to repeat this movie over and over again.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Chanel and I already started singing.
The whole song.
The whole song. School is back in session at Bayside High. The classic sitcom Saved by the Bell returns for a whole new class of students and includes some familiar faces. Take a look.
Aisha.
What? Jamie challenged you to a football off and now he's meeting you on the field in 10 minutes? Ooh, that sucks.
I'd go with telling Jamie he's bad at football, because he's about to do a football off in front of the whole school, but I didn't know if that was unrelated.
I'm a terrible mom, okay? I protect Jamie from everything. I fix his homework, I stand up to his bullies, I tell him he's a great chef, and now every night I have to eat his world-famous raw spaghetti with water sauce.
Ew. Oh, I am so excited for this and so can't wait to talk to you guys. Joining us this morning, Mario Lopez returning as Slater, Elizabeth Berkley Lauren as Jessie Spano, and Heskeria Velasquez, who plays a new character, Daisy. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Hey.
Good morning.
Okay,
Now, when you said you're so excited, did you mean that?
Oh my goodness!
You should have heard us during the commercial break.
She's talking about her. I'm so excited. I did not even mean to do that.
Good fun. Great fun.
That would have been so.
Al, great to see you, man.
Good to see you, Mario, all you guys.
It's like a six-way call right now.
Right? All right, Mario, so you start us off. You're back at Bayside. How would you describe this revamped version of the series?
Well, they're calling it a reimagining, and I just think they've done such an awesome job blending the nostalgia with an updated 2020 version with a really stellar young, diverse, talented cast led by the beautiful Heskeria Velasquez there. And we've had so much fun doing this. And Tracy Whitfield, our showrunner, who we're blessed to have, who ran 30 Rock and the Mindy Kaling Show and is very, very talented, just put together this world that I think really came through in a big way. And I'm so happy with the way it turned out. I hope people check it out. I've been saying, before you have a turkey, try a little peacock, because I think you won't be disappointed with new Saved by the Bell.
That's cute.
And Elizabeth, I mean, how surreal was it to produce and star in this?
You know what? This show is such a beloved show. Excuse me. And for so many years, this show has meant so much to so many people. And, we knew, like Mario said, the right ingredients, the right people, the right collaborators, this amazing new young cast, everything came together and it just felt like the right time. And it was amazing to also produce. We got to participate in being able to cast these amazing talents like Heskeria. And it was quite surreal. I have to say, being back in the hallways of Bayside were incredible, especially with this guy here who I have so much history with, in that iconic Max, or in the hallway with those red lockers. But it was so beautiful to have the duality of a full circle moment, but then new beginning.
Heskeria, let me bring you in here. You weren't even born when this show first aired, as from what I understand. And as someone in the younger demographic, how does it feel to bring this show to a new generation and audience? I'm hoping to watch it with my kids because I loved it.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't born when it first aired and when it was out, but
Take it easy.
but the show has such a great following and such a great fan base that they kept it alive all these years. And I think for the new generation, me and my fellow castmates, I think we can only hope, and we hope that we make justice to this show and it can run just as long as the original, Saved by the Bell. And I hope we did it in a respectable way and kept that nostalgia that a lot of people love. And I'm just really excited, yeah. And can I just say, I'm just so excited to be on the Today Show. I watch it all the time, and it's like, I grew up, I'm from Washington Heights, New York, the Dykeman area, so I watch it every morning. So it's
that's
full
awesome.
circle moment right now.
Well, my friend, you are meeting the moment because you're on the Today Show. And, I was just talking about it this morning. The reviews are fantastic. People are loving it already. So congratulations. Soak it all in, my friend.
I think we're really excited.
I am.
Our world needs some joy, and our show has always brought that to people. And this new reimagining does that same. It celebrates connection, relationships, friendship, and so hopefully families who are safely celebrating the holidays can really get some joy from our show.
That's sweet.
Well, we certainly will. It's my next show to binge watch. Thank you guys so much for joining us. And you can catch the new Saved by the Bell series starting today on Peacock, which is part of our parent company, of course, NBC Universal.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. We're going to do our part and get vaccinated live.
A very special naturalization ceremony.
This is a really inspiring group.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world. Love it!
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready? Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
A huge lift is underway for one of the most celebrated cities in this country, Cleveland, Ohio.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
We're having a baby.
Wow.
The big reveal is under the lid.
Hey now.
Things are looking brighter, so we want to help you find the fun in 21.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Here in Chicago, about 20,000 middle schoolers returning to school today. They also took advantage of existing vaccine distribution networks throughout Alaska.
My favorite character from the original is my dad, of course. People told me that I look like Mark, yes. And we actually have a lot of similar interests, which was funny to find out. I could relate to Zach's schemes completely. I think there's a constant nagging of trying to live up to my dad's schemes within the school of Bayside. Hi guys, I'm Mitchell Hogue and I play Mac Morris on Saved by the Bell.
Ah, Bayside.
How would I describe Mac? I am the king of Bayside that has an abundance amount of privilege and pulls pranks to cure a luxurious boredom to gain attention. How familiar was I with the original? I actually wasn't very familiar. I knew about it, but I actually didn't even watch the original to prepare, just because, yes, this is a reboot, but it's completely different in a completely new world. It's almost a spin off the same story, but all new people and storylines, and Tracy, our writer, did a beautiful job of that. So I actually didn't familiarize myself with the original a lot. I thought the original Saved by the Bell was hilarious. Hilarious, like there's a reason that it did so well. I mean, each character was so distinctively, established within kind of the relationships of each of them. And I think that's what Tracy did with the new one as well, which is a beautiful thing. What appealed to me about telling a story was working with Tracy Wigfield, because the way she wrote it was brilliant. And also, I think due to my look, I do get a lot of different opportunities and roles to be, the privileged white male, and having a story where that's kind of exposed by other people coming in and showing me different ways. It was very attractive.
Why is everybody so rich?
The premise of the reboot is the original Bayside and kind of the bubble and the kids that live within it all are very privileged and are, comfortable in their own habitual patterns. And then new kids come in that are from a low-income school, and they kind of come in and pop the bubble of privilege and expose us to things that we didn't know about or things that we didn't even know existed. And we start to use our own privilege and kind of join hands with each other to help each other out and bring each other up. My favorite parts of filming were, there were so many. It's such a big ensemble that there were so many personal relationships and moments with the whole ensemble that I think just hanging out with when everybody was on set, from the old crew to the new crew, and we would all be sitting there just kind of talking through their old stories and how it relates to ours, and it was always fun to compare that.
You look amazing and your hair's fire.
Working with Mark was great. He's such a professional and wonderful person to work with. I mean, we have so many similar interests that in the beginning we just related on a personal level, and then kind of getting into work and him kind of telling me about, fame and how to deal with that, and kind of through the different years about what he's gone through and personal stories. It was just, it's a great relationship with him. Working with Elizabeth and Mario was fun every single time. Mario's just, as my mom would say, a hoot. He always is making us laugh and doing something on set that you didn't know that you could do. And then Elizabeth is just a sweetheart. She's like a mom. Why do people still love Saved by the Bell? Number one, I think because we all need something a little bit nostalgic right now to comfort us. I think that's why I'm really excited for people to see this new version of it, because it does still tie in, things from the original. And I also think it's just a show that included everybody, and it was one of the first series and shows back then that did include everybody in a very communal way.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day. All day.
This is a long way of asking who's your favorite character you've ever played?
The unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day. Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts.
Cold cut, cold cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart Today with simple exercises to strengthen your heart.
Make the most of your beach days. It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers.
Okay.
Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you guys will definitely win something.
Today, all day.
All day?
All day.
Welcome to Today All Day.
Hello and welcome to Consumer Confidential on Today All Day. I'm NBC News investigative and consumer correspondent Vicki Nguyen. Tune in each week for insider tips on the products and services that make an impact on your daily life. This week, we take a closer look at how the pandemic has transformed the travel industry. Our experts share tips for booking flights and hotels as the country begins to open. Plus, what to expect from cruise lines as they start to welcome passengers back on board.
We are back with more of our Future of Travel series, and here we are 1 year into the pandemic. Many of us are really itching for a return to normalcy, and that includes, of course, vaccinations. Excuse me, vacations.
Yes, well, vaccination, then vacation, maybe. Okay, there are cheap fares out there. There's definitely a new push toward book now, pay later deals. So the question is, should you snap up those bargains?
Yeah, NBC's investigative and consumer correspondent Vicki Nguyen's on this. She joins us with what we need to know before we book a trip. Vicki, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. For the past year, many of us have been cooped up at home, counting down the days to that getaway. The good news, prices are way down. The bad news, it is still unclear when it will be safe to travel. But if you are willing to plan ahead and be flexible, your dream vacation may be within reach. Sunning on the beach, exotic locations, and European adventures. There's no denying the deals are there. We found $374 round-trip airfare from New Jersey to Hawaii, $132 a night at Disney World Resort, fly to Miami in style, only $193 for first-class airfare from Chicago, all with no change fees. But experts say it's still not safe to travel freely right now.
I don't have a crystal ball, but given the uncertainties in the near future, I'm thinking late summer or the fall, maybe when we can travel more.
Dr. Henry Wu is the director of Emory University's Travel Well Center.
So if you've been fully vaccinated, is it then safe for you to travel?
I do think the vaccination is certainly a great thing to have. I would certainly encourage it for travelers and really anyone when it is available. But I do think the general precautions about travel should still apply.
Travel expert Emily Kaufman says you can plan for later.
What would you tell people who are wondering, is now a good time to book?
Now is a great time to book to take advantage of these fares. Airlines and hotels have revisited their plans with cancellations and change requirements.
According to travel website Hopper, people are taking advantage. They've seen a 100% increase in demand for travel July 15th to August 15th.
There's so much pent-up demand for travel right now.
Christopher Elliott is a travel consumer advocate.
If you're booking right now, what should you be doing?
Make sure that you can either cancel your flight or make a change without a penalty. If you're booking a hotel, stay away from the prepaid non-refundable rates, because if you make a change in your plans, then you won't be able to get any of your money back.
And while bundled airfare and hotel packages can save you money, it can be much harder to cancel, especially if you book through a third-party travel site. Last summer, we interviewed customers who struggled to get refunds on their packages.
I have been waiting for 2 months for a refund.
They would put us on hold and hang up, or they would transfer us and hang up. And that happened 3 times.
This is all my correspondence with them, trying to resolve this and get my money back.
Pre-pandemic, I was a big fan of the package deals. They made everything so simple. However, now I feel like they're more complicated if you need to undo them. I believe right now at this time, it's best to book directly with your airline or directly with a hotel.
One popular trend during the pandemic, so-called book now, pay later travel plans. Think of it as a loan, complete with credit check, down payment, and monthly payments. The average interest rate is 15%, so if you miss a payment, it can add up.
What should people know about these book now, pay later packages?
You want to be very careful when you're making that purchase because there are rules when you push the dates, when you change things. There may be interest, there may be fees.
Before you book anything, consider, is the destination accepting visitors from the United States? Are you required to test negative before boarding the plane, upon arrival, or before you can return? Does your hotel offer contact tracing and deep sanitization? Some hotels do provide free COVID tests. Regardless of when you travel, where you travel, or even your vaccination status, expect to take COVID-19 precautions.
And when it comes to airfare, every airline has different policies and they are constantly changing. Some will let you cancel with a full refund. Others will let you move to a later date on the same trip or give you a voucher for later travel. The one constant is they're virtually all now waiving their change fees, which some industry insiders think could be permanent. That is a potential big win for us consumers.
That certainly would be. Really quickly, you hear a lot of talk about travel insurance. Like, is travel insurance something that's worth getting?
Yeah, well, the consumer advocate we interviewed thinks right now it is a good idea because anything can still happen, but you also need to read that fine print closely. He recommends so-called cancel for any reason travel insurance. You can usually get at least half of your money back for any reason, and that includes COVID-related cancellations.
Congratulations to Lester Holt, the most trusted TV news anchor in America, on receiving the prestigious Edward R. Murrow Lifetime Achievement Award for a career dedicated to excellence in journalism.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Here in Chicago, about 20,000 middle schoolers returning to school today.
They also took advantage of existing vaccine distribution networks throughout Alaska.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground.
Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
This morning, we don't know exactly when, but what we do know is when the cruise lines resume, some, like Virgin and Crystal, will require everybody, passengers and crew members, to have been vaccinated. Analysts believe it's possible we could see the cruises resume as early as July. The cruise ship industry has never seen anything like it before. For close to a year, vessels have been in port, idle, sitting empty. More than 250 ships still without passengers during this unprecedented shutdown. Unlike restaurants, sports stadiums, schools, which open when governors and local governments say so, the lead authority that will decide when cruise lines can resume is the CDC. But so far, the CDC has issued no new health and safety protocols.
Unfortunately, there's no one magic threshold that says now's the day. If we reach this point, we can go.
The CDC declined to talk to NBC News, but those lack of rules have not stopped Americans from booking trips. Veteran travel agent Michelle Fee says her clients are tired of being cooped up at home.
There is a thing called revenge travel. I don't know if you've ever heard of that.
It is?
And what it is people who have not been able to travel in the last year, possibly two, they are taking all the funds that they typically spend on vacation and they're going to take a bucket list vacation.
The balancing act, new rules that don't ruin a vacation.
We don't know yet what are going to be the rules to get into the hot tub or the swimming pools or, just going up and getting a drink at a bar.
If you're required to wear a mask just walking down the hallway, will your customers say, it's not a vacation for me?
Well, I think some people will say that and others will say, I have so much pent-up demand to travel that I'm going to go no matter what.
The best clues of how it could work in the U.S. may come by looking at what works in Europe. Everyone must test negative before boarding. Masks required. Ships limiting the number of passengers. Under those rules, more than 350,000 people have cruised since last July in Europe. Only about 50 passengers have tested positive for COVID while at sea, according to the Cruise Line International Association. Similar rules could be adopted by the United States or go even further, as in Singapore, where masks are now required even when outdoors by the swimming pool. But some passengers say they're just not ready yet.
So it was a harrowing experience.
Passengers Rick DePino and his wife Wendy were trapped on the Zaandam when the pandemic hit last March. Veterans of more than 25 cruises, they will never forget being turned away from port after port before being extracted like they were radioactive. Both lost close family to COVID.
There's a reluctance to, do another cruise until we see that this is safe, that people aren't getting sick, and that you can really enjoy the cruise the way you would want to.
If you're not ready to travel just yet, there's still plenty of fun to be had this summer, especially for kids. Whether at camp or at home, our experts share tips on how to keep the little ones safe and entertained. Stay tuned for how you can prepare for a season that may be without staples like chlorine and hot dogs. I recommend alternatives to avoid a summer bummer this year.
Summer camp is back and campers are ready.
What are you most excited for?
Swimming! I'm excited to see all my friends again.
Are you going to have fun at camp?
Yeah.
Last year, 40% of day camps shut down for the summer, taking a toll on kids and parents.
How tough was it for you last year not having your kids in camp?
It took a lot of effort to find things to keep them busy. I think they got stir crazy, and we felt like they were bored.
It was a big hit for us because it would have been her first year where she's totally independent.
They're made to have fun and socialize and be with their friends.
But some camps stayed open and found that COVID safety plans worked. A survey of 90,000 campers and staff found just 0.1% tested positive for COVID last summer.
So how did some camps manage to stay open and protect kids from COVID-19? I'm here at Woodmont Day Camp in upstate New York to show you what they did last year and what to expect this year.
Sam Borick is the camp director.
It has been such a tough year for everyone, kids especially. Why is camp so important this year?
I think camp last summer was magical, and I think this summer it's going to be extra magical. Mental health. It's such a challenge right now for kids. There's no structure. The schedule is changing. They're in school for 2 hours. They can't be together. And camp is the opposite of all of that.
And they had 0 COVID cases last year. They credit daily temperature checks and health questionnaires. They kept activities outdoors and maintained distancing. This year, most of the staff is vaccinated, and they're keeping everyone in pods of 15 per group.
And with 50 acres, there's plenty of room to spread out for the pods. So while one pod is here at the Eagle's Nest, another pod can be here 30 yards away on the climbing wall, or out here fishing with their pod at the lake. Another pod can be here practicing their aim at the archery range. Yes, the white counts for something, right?
Equipment is sanitized between pods, and activities like meals, cooking, dance, and arts and crafts are now outdoors.
I see it says arts and crafts on the building, but what's different about this year?
In previous years, we'd go indoors to do arts and crafts, and this summer what we did is we moved everything outside, and then instead of having 8 at a table, we'd have 4. There'd be 1 camper at each corner. So they were outside, they were socially distant.
While the staff is always masked, campers are only required to wear masks inside.
Sam, there are some times when you're gonna have to come inside. In that case, what happens?
So what we say at camp is it's only raining if I say it's raining.
Okay.
So drizzle, we're staying outside. Heavy rain will go indoors. When they go inside, every counselor has a fanny pack or a backpack. Inside, they have these face coverings and then the hand sanitizer. And we have 30 cabins, so the campers can be spread out, staying within their group.
For kids who ride the bus, the policy will be masks on and windows open.
For kids who don't ride the bus, parents will drop them off outside.
And they've even converted their drinking fountains into hand washing stations.
Hand washing and sanitizing was a big piece that we incorporated.
And campers can expect to be more active.
I know how good it feels to just move. What do you think about these kids? A lot of them have been couch potatoes for the past year.
They've been stuck behind screens. They've been virtual learning. I think getting outside, doing activities, they're going to be physically exhausted.
With summer almost here, confidence these safety plans will open the door for a lot of happy campers.
How much are you looking forward to camp this summer, and why is it so important for your kids?
I'm so excited for our children. I'm excited for our community to have a sense of normalcy again.
You know what? So many parents are looking forward to summer camp, but what are some important questions we should ask first?
Yes, this is really critical. It's a good idea to start with a camp that is accredited by the American Camp Association when it comes to COVID. You want to ask, what precautions are they taking? Are they keeping kids in pods so they can easily contact trace if someone gets sick? And are the activities outside and distance? Also, ask if they have daily symptom screenings. Thankfully, this is a year where there is a really good blueprint on how to have a safe camp experience. And for more, you can go to today.com, where we have a story up with tips and links to help everyone pick out the camp that is right for them. And also scholarships. That's a big thing. Apply early. Don't let money be a deterrent.
True. Mm-hmm. Sign me up. I think it's time. I think I'm ready.
I know.
All right.
We all are.
Thank you,
Exactly.
Vicki.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready?
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
A huge lift is underway for one of the most celebrated cities in this country, Cleveland, Ohio.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
We're having a baby.
Wow. The big reveal is under the lid.
Hey now.
Things are looking brighter, so we want to help you find the fun in 21. Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
Tonight, the CDC's new outdoor mask guidelines. What changed that allowed this new recommendation to be made? If we do nothing, what happens to a city like Houston?
You're going to repeat this movie over and over again.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Our Across America journey here in Louisville, Kentucky. Cleveland, reporting on an America rebuilding after the pandemic. How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Summer break is anything but relaxing for millions of families this year, worried about how to balance work and kids at home.
Being a parent has been really challenging this summer.
I just tell them that, this is a rough period that we are going through.
They're not learning and doing things that they should be doing at this age.
So should parents let their kids have a summer without limits or keep them on a strict schedule? I asked the experts, Dr. Jennifer Shu, a pediatrician, and Dr. Harold Koplowitz, a child psychologist with the Child Mind Institute.
What are you recommending parents do this summer?
I think moderation is going to be the key word. We actually recommend that parents practice mindfulness with their kids. Spend a minute listening to how you breathe.
I think we need to think of it as our new normal and what can we do to make it so that it is appealing and exciting for your kids.
They say younger kids require more guidance. Try setting up short 10-minute windows of activities for them.
10 minutes where you're going to do coloring, 10 minutes where you get up and go play outside, 10 minutes where you do sidewalk chalk. You can fill up some time and they're not getting bored at any one thing.
Teenagers need more social interaction, but that can be difficult with social distancing rules.
It's a conversation with your teenager about boundaries, about limit setting, letting them make some choices. You might not hold so tight to a curfew, but you are going to hold pretty tight to who they congregate with.
For kids of all ages, set up quarantines, small groups of friends they can hang out with who are limiting their contact with others to reduce coronavirus risk. The experts also suggest trying activities you can do with your children.
I think it's also a great time for projects. The ease of let's make pizza. Let's figure out how we can make meatballs and spaghetti.
And this summer, be more lenient with screen time.
I say cut yourself a break. One rule of thumb I say is if you're going to spend this much time on screens, you need to spend that much time exercising, doing some kind of reading.
While the school year is over, our experts say it's a good idea to maintain a loose academic schedule to keep kids' minds fresh.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Philly Zoo at 2.
There are many resources online that offer free educational videos, games, and lessons.
Well, welcome back to our 6th and final lecture today.
One of the most innovative comes from the Wave Learning Festival. Volunteer college students from across the country teach completely free 3-week courses on everything from historical speeches to stand-up comedy and sign language.
Okay, we're going to start with A. It's A.
15-year-old Brianna Gomez from New York shows us what she learned.
I just said, hi, my name is Brianna.
Other students said they love the courses.
The favorite thing that I learned was I learned how to write and give a good speech.
All of my instructors were college students that were just really interested in the fields that they were going into. They were so passionate.
While there's no one-size-fits-all approach to parenting during a pandemic, our experts say start by taking care of yourself.
This morning on our ongoing series, Summer Safety On Today, an important message has to do with water safety, and Vicki Nguyen has been looking into that. Vicki, good morning.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Yeah, doctors are really concerned that more kids will be swimming unsupervised this summer. Why? Fewer summer camps are open, more parents are at home, working from home, juggling that with childcare, lots of distractions. And it only takes a few seconds for a child to slip into the water unnoticed. So this morning, I'm showing you some simple tips to keep your kids safe as they try to beat the heat this summer.
The unmistakable sound of summer. Kids playing in the pool. But without proper attention, fun can quickly take a tragic turn. On average, more than 950 kids drown each year in the U.S. Drowning is the leading cause of unintentional death among kids ages 1 to 4.
And it's not just pools you need to be worried about. Ponds like this and other natural bodies of water can also lure kids. So we brought in Mary O'Donohue. She's the Senior Aquatics Director at the YMCA to talk to us about some basic summer safety tips and also why you think this summer we need to be on extra alert.
With the COVID and everybody social distancing, children haven't been in swim lessons. They haven't been in school.
And a lot of places are closing down their camps. Some of the public pools haven't opened up and parents are at home working and distracted. What worries you about that?
It takes as little as 20 seconds for someone to go under the water and not be able to get back to the surface. There are some basic tips that you can evaluate how your children are comfortable in the water.
Okay, I have my 3 girls waiting, eager to get into the pool, so let's go. We are all suited up, ready to go. Emmy and Odessa, they're older, they know how to swim. Renly does not know how to swim yet, and this would be their first swim of the season, so what should we be doing right now?
We're going to look for a Coast Guard approved life jacket for non-swimmers, and you're also looking at the weight category. So this looks like it will fit her. It's 30 to 50 pounds. You want to make sure it fits snugly.
How does that feel, Boo? Good?
Next, the big girls are up for a quick water competency check.
We'll keep our social distance here.
You want to make sure that they can independently submerge in the water. When they come back up, that they can turn around and look to see where the safest place is to get out or grab a hold of and be able to climb out independently.
Check to see if they can swim the length of the pool and ask them to tread water for a minute.
Water first. Okay, lay down. Okay. So Mary, what if you have a child that's not really into being in the pool?
And that's fine. Just let them be comfortable in how they are. Sometimes it's just sitting on the wall, putting their feet in. Having the Coast Guard approved life jacket on will ensure that if they do get into the water, they're going to be safe.
Pool toys are fun, but they can also be dangerous because they block your view of who's in the water. It doesn't look like there are any kids in the water right now, but there are. So make sure you take the pool toys out when you're not using them. For extra safety, consider a pool alarm. This one comes with a wristband that will let you know right away if someone falls in. It's also important to have a sturdy gate with openings that don't allow little ones to slip through, and you want to make sure the gate is self-locking.
And don't forget kiddie pools and above-ground pools. Experts say children can drown in as little as 1.5 inches of water. So empty those smaller pools after using them and remove the latter from larger pools. And no matter what kind of water the kids are in, always designate a water watcher, an adult assigned to watch the kids at all times. Tips to keep your family safe while swimming this summer.
And remember, even if your child is a good swimmer, fatigue kicks in as the day wears on. So set a timer, get them out, remind them to hydrate, give them a break, and put on that sunscreen. And for those inexperienced swimmers, the AAP recommends touch supervision. That means staying within an arm's length of that.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. We're going to do our part and get vaccinated live.
A very special naturalization ceremony.
This is a really inspiring group.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world. Love it!
Congratulations to Lester Holt, the most trusted TV news anchor in America, on receiving the prestigious Edward R. Murrow Lifetime Achievement Award for a career dedicated to excellence in journalism.
Tonight, the CDC's new outdoor mask guidelines. What changed that allowed this new recommendation to be made? If we do nothing, what happens to a city like Houston?
You're gonna repeat this movie over and over again.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Ready, actors.
An indie horror film, a talented young actress, and a deadly shot. Dateline's newest podcast, Killer Roll.
Action!
Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
Okay, well, let me preface this by saying we don't need to run out and panic and buy things and hoard things. Absolutely not. It's just for you to be aware that you might have a harder time finding some things, and so you want to plan ahead. So let's show you the list when it comes to food. Hot dogs and bacon because of an overall global supplies issue. The ketchup packets, I'm not so worried about that because there's plenty of ketchup to go around with the bottles and that sort of thing. Chicken wings and chicken, that's becoming an issue due in part to the popularity of all these crispy chicken sandwiches that are being added to fast food menus, like chicken is the new black. Bubble tea, this is something personal and near and dear to my heart. Those little bobas could also be a shortage of those. Coffee is another one. We're actually at a 6-year low in the stockpile of coffee. So overall, the whole situation is the global pandemic slowed production, and we're just sort of trying to ramp back up. Cargo ships are having a problem, container shortages. So these are things we want to put on our radar and just be aware of.
Can I just ask, does this type of stuff happen every year and we're just not so aware of it? I mean, are there shortages that we're not aware of that, I mean, are typical?
I think it has a lot more to do with the pandemic because of what happened last year, things slowed down. And now as we ramp back up, you need time to catch up.
Okay.
And what if you're watching your bank account, you know, and you want to swap foods?
Yeah, that's really the key, right? Instead of hot dogs this year, maybe you're going to have burgers or veggie burgers. Instead of the corn tortillas, go with flour tortillas. Get the aloe jelly instead of the boba. There are so many alternatives and different ways to get food and get the products that you need. So try not to focus on what you can't find. There will be many other options at the store as well.
I mean,
and just plan ahead.
There may be a chicken wing shortage, but don't show up to my house with some cauliflower.
Okay, no cauliflower. I knew you weren't going to like that.
There's a warning.
Bone-in chicken thighs.
Buffalo cauliflower is really good.
Yeah, but it's not chicken wings.
It's not
chicken wings.
So what if you got a pool, Vic? I understand there's some shortages there.
Carrie Sanders was in the pool yesterday talking about it. So it's those chlorine tablets. This is where we talk about how interconnected we all are. You remember the hurricane in Louisiana, Laura, right? So that caused the roof of one of these huge chlorine manufacturers to collapse. That really slowed production, and it's affecting everyone. Now, I've read some pool experts have said, look, you buy your 1 bucket of chlorine tablets for the summer, you'll be fine. The problem is when you buy 3, I buy buy 3,
Sure.
then Dylan can't get 1.
It's like toilet tissue all over.
Exactly. And the other thing to do to make your chlorine last longer, run the pool system. Also, get everybody to take a shower before they get in. That reduces the amount of bacteria and dirt. Keep the pets out of the pool. Apparently, one dog jumping in the pool is like 50, 30 people with bacteria.
Oh, wow.
Literally?
Yeah, that's what they say.
My dog sleeps in my bed, so that doesn't sound.
Yeah, but unless you're sleeping in a water bed, it doesn't matter.
And there are alternatives too, algaecide and bleach. So talk to your local pool store person. Just be prepared. Prices are going up 50 to 70% in some places.
Wow.
But it's all local.
With the pandemic waning, Vic, a lot of folks looking to hit the roads again. What can you tell us about the pandemic's effect on travel?
So we will see issues with car rentals. We talked about this last week with people in Hawaii renting U-Hauls instead of minivans because there weren't as many cars. So you want to join loyalty programs. Rent early when you can. Go directly to the source of the car. Check places like Costco and other membership clubs because that might be a spot. And nowadays there are apps that allow you to rent people's cars for certain periods of time. So you can look into that. Just want to be careful and read the fine
So I could rent I could rent his
if
car?
he puts it up,
People are doing it.
Our stage manager, Yosef, did that.
Yeah.
You put your car up for rent?
No, well, you rented
And
one.
how did it go? Was it all right? Okay, good. Yeah, Turo.
Oh, that's
exactly.
right.
Yeah, and there's some really nice cars on there too. You just have to, be careful with the pricing.
Due diligence. And really quickly, we were talking a lot about how a lot of people are doing DIY projects at home. Remember, we were talking about lumber. Was it this past
That's
summer?
right.
How are things this summer?
So they are talking about a spike in lumber prices because everybody stayed home. Everybody thought, I need to improve my kitchen, my office.
And he had a
I'm
deck.
spending more time.
Yeah.
Exactly. So we are going to see, especially as late summer comes, prices of lumber going up. There are alternate materials you can use, but that's one that's really, it's tough to work around. You're just going to have to maybe budget or consider putting that project off till next year if you want the prices to go back down.
Gosh. All right. So basically what we're hearing, Vic, is there's pretty much a shortage of everything.
Well, you just have to be smart about it.
Exactly. Thank you. Don't panic. Be smart
And
about
don't
it.
stock up because it makes it all worse.
Exactly.
Right?
For everyone else. Just
Okay.
get what you need.
Great tips as always.
Thank you,
Vicky Wynn. Vicky.
No summer bummers here.
These are places we may not be able to visit for a while. Come with us as we take you there, into our incredible world. South Korea assaults the senses with sights and sounds. It can be overwhelming. High rise, high tech, but with a flip side that has its roots in a more tranquil, ancient age. On our journey through this incredible country, we will encounter everything. From K-pop to giant robots and the amazing women freedivers of Morado Island. But for the first-time visitor, this collision of yin and yang can be confusing. So I think I'm gonna need some help. Hi, Hannah.
Hi, Kieran.
Travel writer Hannah Yoon is giving me a tour of the nation's capital, Seoul.
Yeah, some people say it looks like an alien spaceship.
And a crash course in Korean culture.
I think Korean people are really passionate about sports, about food, about family.
Food. Now that's a good place to start.
This is Gwangjang Market. They have some of the best street food in Korea here.
Gwangjang Market is a mecca for foodies from around the world.
This is tteokbokki, spicy rice cakes.
It's like sticky rice.
It's a little bit, yeah.
65,000 people a day visit here.
This is called omu. It's very fishy.
Delicious. There are noodles, and more noodles. These are kimchi dumplings. And a near obsession with a fermented spicy vegetable dish, kimchi. I love kimchi.
The more Korean of a thing you eat, the more that Korean people love it.
Good.
You wanna go for a coffee?
Yeah, I'd love to.
Koreans are crazy about coffee.
Crazy is right. This is, well, the Sheep Cafe. Of course, there's a meerkat, raccoon, and kangaroo cafe too. And at cafes, you can sip your own selfie.
Wow.
And here at the Princess Diary coffee shop, you get to dress up for your dream wedding. Nearly ready. That goes for the groom too. How do I look? I think the trousers may be a little big. I feel a bit like Charlie Chaplin. South Koreans have a thing for the weird and wacky, which combined with that love of food produces this.
So this is a mukbang where people broadcast themselves eating because people don't want to feel lonely when they're eating at home by themselves. This particular video has about 6 million hits.
6 million people?
Yeah. And this is
watching
only...
this guy eat. The streets are bustling. This is a work hard, play hard culture.
There's a lot of pressure to do well, to perform well.
And pressure to look good. Image is everything here. No wonder some South Koreans are obsessed with cosmetic surgery. Let me show you something. On this floor, this floor, this floor, this floor, this floor, and on, they all offer plastic surgery. In fact, this whole district in Seoul is dedicated to making people fit the beauty stereotype. Dr. Kim.
Hi.
Dr. Kim is one of Seoul's top cosmetic surgeons. In Korea, he says, parents often give their kids cosmetic surgery as a graduation present.
Asian patients maybe want to have the concept of beauty in between the Asian and Caucasian.
A kind of mixed look.
Yes,
a
mixed
fusion.
look. Yeah, many people prefer the mixed look. Please look at this scanner.
Now, my turn. Dr. Kim takes a 3D scan of my face. So what can he do for me?
Recommend you to make the eyebrow higher. Your nose is quite nice, but tip is bulky. And you have some wrinkles around the eyes.
I quite like my wrinkles around my eyes.
You like it?
Well, I mean, yeah.
You like it now, but 20 years later, you will have more wrinkles.
For $10,000, he says, I can have this.
So before and after. Before surgery and after.
Have you had plastic surgery?
Of course, I had some procedures to make my face a little look younger. It's quite common procedures in Korea.
Because you look 25.
Actually, I'm 54, too old.
Dr. Kim, himself an amazing ad for his profession.
Oppan Gangnam Style.
Another obsession in this country, K-pop.
Oppan Gangnam Style.
We all know this guy, but there's more to K-pop than size. These days, K-pop stars like BTS are showing up in the US.
We're back with BTS.
Appearing on talk shows.
Hi, nice to meet you. My name is RM. I'm the leader of this group.
And this is Taemin. He's so talented, they call him the Idol's Idol. K-pop expert Stacey Nam gets us an exclusive backstage pass.
That's called a fan chant,
right?
So is they'll repeat the last word that he said. Like in one of the sentences, he says the word Adam Dawar, which means beautiful,
Right.
and then they say in response, beautiful.
You're beautiful too.
Yeah, you're beautiful.
But how do you become a K-pop star like Taemin?
So you can audition, so that's one way.
Right.
One way is what they call street casting, which is when you're literally found on the street.
I could be just heading home from school and then, boom, there I am, a K-pop star.
Right, so maybe not you.
Backstage, we get to chat with Taemin.
Thank you for your coming.
You have it all, my friend. You have the looks, you can dance, you can sing. Feels good, right?
Yeah.
Taemin has been big here for a decade and recently toured America. And American fans scream.
Oh, yeah.
I can see why.
You can see why.
American girls would scream.
왜 좋아하는지 알 수 있겠다고. 미국 팬들이.
What does it take to make a K-pop star like Taemin? And more importantly, do I have it? K-pop choreographer Yoon Jung-bae knows exactly what it takes. At an audition, I can tell if someone's a good dancer in 5 or 10 seconds, she says. Oh dear. So, maybe I don't have what it takes? But as the sun goes down, this way to the action.
Yes, I think it's every way actually to the action.
There's action in every direction. Hannah and Stacey tell me that on a night out in Seoul, everyone can at least dream about being a K-pop star. Even if you're not much good. I think we've heard enough of that. Coming up, South Korea, a country of contrasts, where ancient and high-tech collide. From the serene ritual of a 2,000-year-old tea ceremony to a face-to-face encounter with a giant robot.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
I joined Ellen on her set. What's been a difficult year for her personally and for her show.
Very few people go through such huge public humiliation. How can I be an example of strength and perseverance if I give up and run away?
I joined Ellen on her set. What's been a difficult year for her personally and for her show.
Very few people go through such huge public humiliation. How can I be an example of strength and perseverance if I give up and run away?
What's about to happen on our plaza is you're all going to get your very first COVID vaccine.
I'm excited.
She's excited. 3, 2, 1, champion!
So grateful.
Is that close to crying?
Here we go.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
South Korea has roots going back thousands of years, back to what many believe was a more enlightened time.
Hi, Keith. Hi, Care.
Travel writer Keith Giopo moved to Seoul from New York 7 years ago. He takes me into this ancient palace in the heart of Seoul.
In the 60s and 70s, the old generation, they knocked everything down to make way for modernization. But now people are starting to realize how precious it is. It's 5,000 years old. This is a part of our DNA.
And today, younger Koreans are rediscovering their rich heritage, from the fashion for wearing traditional costumes to learning centuries-old calligraphy. And this ancient martial art called Taekyon, also known as dancing with kicks. It perhaps inspired modern Taekwondo, South Korea's national sport. Then there is this, a 2,000-year-old tea ceremony.
Here, we just kind of relax and enjoy every little pour. So when you take the cup, make sure you take it with 2 hands. You bring it up to your nose, get a fragrance of it. And when you drink it, make sure you drink it all in 3 sips.
It's all about harmony, isn't it?
Yeah, balance and harmony.
Yin and yang. And if the tea ceremony can be thought of as yin, then this is yang. One of the most advanced tech nations on the planet, South Korea is often home to the very latest gadgetry. Virtual reality, face recognition technology.
There I am.
Smart homes.
Now that's grocery shopping.
And even smarter robots.
Have a nice trip.
At the airport, you might be greeted by one of these robot guides. There are robot fish, and these droids are skiing. Sort of. Now all these guys are kind of cute, but then there's this. Meet Method 2, 13 feet tall, weighing in at 1.5 tons, and yours for $8.5 million. He's powerful, So powerful that for safety, scientists had to limit his strength.
If the robot is much stronger than humans, people feel threatened.
It's the creation of Yang Jinho, who dreamt about building robots as a kid. And today, $100 million later, that dream came true.
We wanted to make a tool that helps humans.
To go into hazardous environments like nuclear disaster zones. This metal giant, wish me luck, is also the world's first manned bipedal robot. That means you can drive it.
Ben's looking a bit nervous. A sense of power. It's awesome.
Right now, there are limitations with robot technology. Method 2 is still taking baby steps, tethered for safety. A future dominated by robots may be a long way off, but one day we'll be meeting a lot more of these marvelous metal machines. Up next, I travel to the southernmost tip of the country and get a lesson hunting for seafood with the Haenyeo, the incredible women freedivers of South Korea.
What's about to happen on our plaza is you're all going to get your very first COVID vaccine.
I'm excited.
She's excited. 3, 2, 1,
So grateful.
Is that close to crying?
Here we go.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine. I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Tonight, the CDC's new outdoor mask guidelines. What changed that allowed this new recommendation to be made? If we do nothing, what happens to a city like Houston?
You're going to repeat this movie over and over again.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. We're going to do our part and get vaccinated live.
A very special naturalization ceremony.
This is a really inspiring group. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
Now we are traveling to the southernmost tip of South Korea, to the remote and tiny island of Murada. Because of its ragged coastline, surrounded by treacherous seas, it was once known as the Forbidden Island. Today it is home to 100 people. Among them, this extraordinary group of women.
Hey.
They call themselves the Haenyeo. And they follow a tradition that goes back hundreds of years.
Haenyeo.
At 41, Kim Chae-young is the youngest Haenyeo on the island. All year round, she, her mother, and aunt dive together in these treacherous waters. The Haenyeo, or women of the sea, are modern-day mermaids. Without air tanks, holding their breath for up to 2 minutes at a time, these women collect seaweed, shellfish, and octopus from the seabed. How dangerous is it?
조금 더 다른 생각을 하면 안 돼.
If you're thinking other things, it's really dangerous.
Last year, one woman was swept away. Is there a risk from sharks?
Yes, a lot.
A lot of sharks.
Yes.
With a handful of seaweed, Kim demonstrates how to keep the mask from fogging and the whistling technique that helps the Haenyeo control their breathing. Few get the chance to dive with the Haenyeo. To start with, I wasn't very good. With a little help from my friends, I began to get the hang of it. I just got one. More. Just what I was thinking. He's got more. Keep working, she said. Stop talking. Keep working. This is a tough living. The women have a saying: one breath, one shellfish.
I want people to know about Haenyeo.
Photographer Wai Zin, who introduced us to the island, first encountered the Haenyeo a few years back.
When I met them, they look really strong and look really happy.
But back then, she says, these amazing women had no idea what people thought about them.
Mama Haenyeo told me she didn't know how much she be proud.
She didn't know she could be proud of herself.
Yes.
Until you came along.
Yes.
Wai Zin has been documenting the Haenyeo and their proud tradition in a book of extraordinary photographs.
She's 94.
94. This is Kim's grandmother. After 80 years, she still dives almost every day. And as night falls, it's time to cook up the catch.
Is this the octopus that you caught today? We saw you grabbing it out of the rock. If you do all the work all day, what do the men do? Nothing.
남자가 할 수 있는 일 없어.
They do nothing.
They
The
just
men do nothing.
waiting the lunch.
Waiting for their lunch.
The words of the song are, "Why was I born? The life of a Haenyeo is so hard, and the water is so cold."
To the Haenyeo.
But at dawn, another day brings another dive. Aspirin to thin the blood, chewing gum in the ears to protect against the pressure. Secrets that may one day be forgotten. Their daughters lured to more modern careers. Only 4,500 Haenyeo are left in the whole of Korea.
How long do you hope this tradition continues for?
할 수 있을 때까지.
Just keep going, she says. Just keep going.
There they go.
There is a lesson here. Even when we are at our most advanced, there is value in the past. South Korea is a fascinating mix of both.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
What's about to happen on our plaza is you're all going to get your very first COVID vaccine.
I'm excited.
She's excited. 3, 2, 1, champion!
So grateful.
That close to crying.
Here we go.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Right now on NBC News Now.
They've done things like installing cameras to help alert Border Patrol to people crossing.
They are escaping a number of conditions there, violence and persecution in their home countries.
It does seem as if this White House doesn't want to bring a lot of high-profile attention to the issue. What efforts might depoliticize vaccine hesitancy? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Ready actors. An indie horror film, a talented young actress, and a deadly shot. Dateline's newest podcast, Killer Roll.
Action!
Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
It does seem as if this White House doesn't want to bring a lot of high-profile attention to the issue. What efforts might depoliticize vaccine hesitancy? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
These are places we may not be able to visit for a while. Come with us as we take you there, into our incredible world. You'd be forgiven for wondering why anyone, after the horrors of the recent past, would journey through a vast, desolate forest to a kind of Armageddon. Perhaps it's to explore that as bad as things have been in this pandemic, they could be worse. Like here in Ukraine, at the epicenter of the world's worst nuclear accident, the deadly radioactive hot zone of Chernobyl. So my Geiger counter has started making a noise.
Quite legitimately.
That number's going up and up.
Yeah, it should.
We can't be here for long.
We can't live here, I would say, but we can visit this area.
My guide, Sergei Myrny, and I make our way through the dense undergrowth. Then we find ourselves in Main Street of a once thriving village. It's like the clock's just stopped.
It used to be the biggest village of the zoo, and we are in the middle of this village.
This was the doctor's office. These are people's medical records, just left on the floor. And among the remnants of life that was once here, newspapers dating back to the Soviet era.
Oh, it's Pravda.
This is about the Soviet space program.
Yeah. And this is the village shop. It says food stuff. No marketing was needed back then.
It's the local store.
Yeah, local village store.
How many people lived here?
3,000 people. It was the biggest village of the zoo. And
3,000 people lived here. And now?
Well, nobody.
There's nobody. Sergei was here in the spring of 1986 when the deadly radioactive fallout fell from the sky. A botched experiment with the cooling cycle at the power station turned into a nuclear disaster. At its peak, the reactor was burning at 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, unleashing 400 times the radioactivity of the Hiroshima nuclear bomb, sending a radioactive cloud across 60,000 square miles. More than 300,000 people were evacuated. Like the children who used to attend this school. Everyday things, dolls, shoes, a bike, left behind in a hurry. Some are learning music. Strange to think that the little ones who were once here will now be middle-aged. It is eerily quiet.
Give me your Geiger counter.
But the radiation is everywhere.
Here you see the edge of the roof where the rainfall drops down. And now if you measure the trace, you will see that it is much higher than
It's going up, the numbers are going up.
Yeah, exactly. During my work in the Chernobyl zone, and the radiation levels in the center, in the most contaminated areas, were exactly 1,000 times higher.
Than this?
Than this, yeah.
Back in 1986, Sergei was one of the many military men sent here when the reactor blew up. He had been trained for nuclear war. His job at Chernobyl was to help clean up the radioactive waste, along with over 500,000 other men. So this is where it happened?
Exactly. And you can see the turbine hall of the nuclear power plant. This is the roof of the third unit.
Some of his colleagues doing the most dangerous job of all, clearing the fallout from the roof of the reactor.
Those guys, they were allowed to work for a very, very short period of time. Look how quickly they run, because they have very limited time.
They were incredibly brave.
And all of us were crazy back then. When each day you go into this site, and this site, there were tens of thousands of people all around. You feel yourself just a small, live particle of this huge mess. And so it suppresses, the feeling of danger.
Just a mile from the reactor through the forest is Pripyat, once a gleaming new company town full of good jobs, new schools, modern apartments. It is now a silent city.
So that's the hotel. That's the cinema.
The buildings are here, but the people, 50,000 of them, have gone. Long ago. Their apartments abandoned, their hometown forgotten and radioactive. And for centuries, the law says, no humans can live here. This Ferris wheel had just been built, never used. People were told they'd be evacuated for 3 days. That was more than 30 years ago. And when humans leave, nature reclaims its territory. Trees grow up through the ruins. Plants and flowers bloom everywhere. And even in the reactor's cooling pools, catfish grow to enormous size. Wildlife is thriving here in Chernobyl.
This is a place where nature speaks with human beings on equal terms. And it teaches humans modesty, I would say.
Modesty?
Exactly.
Why?
We should be wiser after this.
As we leave, we are checked for radiation. Clear. And we should all remember, not just that our lives can be irrevocably, catastrophically turned upside down, but that if we truly learn from the past, we can make a better future and a better world. These are places we may not be able to visit for a while. Come with us as we take you there, into our incredible world. Woo!
And anyway, so Baby Yoda. Oh, hi, I'm sorry. Yes, guys, thank you so much for watching Today All Day. Can you believe it? They're here.
I am so excited to see you virtually.
Yeah, and this is a really special day for our streaming channel because this is the first episode of something we like to call Today in 30.
What is Today in 30, you may be asking? Well, let me tell you, it is a delicious, bite-sized mix of everything that